There we go. We're live here. All right. This is Don, Kingdom 533. We're going to be talking about the new Airship tonight. We're going to actually stay a little bit on topic for a little while we start our drinking party. For those who are new this week, because I did have a monstrous new week of new gainers. It's one of our biggest weeks of growth that we've had in over a year. I appreciate you guys showing up. I see that we had 7 waiting for the stream to even start going live. With us, we got Arkin, we've got Wonky, we've got Creep, and we will probably be joined by Koji as soon as possible, I'm thinking. All right. So the first things first, let's make sure everybody can actually hear you guys.
Yeah, I'm here. What up, everybody?
Yeah, I'm here too, guys. How's it all going?
All right. I've got good green lights this time, so they should be able to hear everything. All right, guys. So the general consensus is the Airship is as ugly as sin.
I love it.
Just to be different. Oh. I can get my fingers to type here. You know what? Before we get going, I'm here in Massachusetts. Paul Mahoney, how you doing, man? Hope everybody's out there staying away from downtown. Seems like everybody's 15-year-old daughter is out there in the middle of the protests, all I see on TV.
Stay on topic.
Larry, what's going on?
That took all of 2 minutes.
I'm just saying, being safe. Yeah. I got a computer.
I'm ready today. You get me fired up and talking. We're going.
I gotta keep in competition with all them live streaming protests out there. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you don't want to get me started.
We'll get into that later. Let me see here. I got nothing on my screen for him to see. There we go.
I got news that I'm scared to tell Creep because it would make him too happy.
Share the news. Come on, share it.
Well, my wife and I were driving to the store earlier so I can get some chew for the next few days so I don't have to leave the house and get shot for being white. And she said, she's like, if it gets any worse, like, we've got nothing to do, nowhere to be. Like, why don't we just start traveling and visiting fucking Creep and GunMuse? At least they've got guns. We'll be safe.
Guns? Who has a gun? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said, if you want safety, we go visit Lawrence. He's out in the middle of nowhere in a swamp.
Man,
Can't get in or out without a smart car.
Man, if you do wind up going down Louisiana, I know a great bar that's out in the middle of the swamp. I mean, it's like out in the middle of nowhere. It's called The Shed. And lots of famous singers go out there to and hold concerts, but it's like picnic tables, and it looks like somebody's backyard barbecue, and people drive for hours to go eat at The Shed barbecue. It's awesome.
I'm actually more so in the middle of nowhere than Lawrence is. He's more towards town.
Yeah. I can be in the middle of nowhere. I got more than one place. Yeah. Yeah, if my wife wasn't working, my wife wound up taking vacation this week, right? So she was supposed to be off today and tomorrow for normal days off. And then Monday, I got to go to surgery over in Lubbock. And then so she would have had she wound up getting called into work today and tomorrow. And so she's taking vacation on the latter half of next week. So instead of getting 12 days where she didn't have to work for 4 days of vacation, she's going to wind up with 1 day off.
Your poor wife takes a vacation for a week, and her husband does nothing but play video games and sleep like a teenager.
Right? Oh, man.
Which, for some of us, I think actually makes them happier.
Here's the funny thing. My wife works 4 on 4 off, so technically she only works 6 months a year. Never has a free freaking day. Cannot plan ahead for nothing. Like, you don't know you're off for 4 days in a few days. And I tell you guys that it's like, hey, my wife's off in 4 days. I have no clue what we're doing because she has no clue what we're doing. She doesn't plan ahead. But when she comes in and says, hey, I want to go here, you guys know I drop what I'm doing and I go. That can't be right. I'm looking at the wrong numbers here. Tyler, how's it going, man? Hold on. I'm screwed about my screen. That's better. Okay. All right, guys. So what's everybody else's opinion on this new airship?
You don't want mine.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, it almost felt dirty for me to not have to rebuild my airship to hit the Wolf.
It feels dirty for me, but for a different reason. A much different reason.
Because you keep wanting to reach into the screen and squeeze the reservoir tip.
So, Creep, what is your issue with the new airship, aside from that it looks like a filled condom?
If I wanted change, I would have voted Obama.
But we're on here every single week complaining that we don't get enough change.
Oh, says you. I don't complain.
Well, I get the changes. It is simpler. Although I see where the money's being generated in it. It's not as easy as it was. Well, I say that. The Red Guard camps make it easy. Quite frankly, I see where they traded money for activity. And if they keep going down this path with each new area, at the end of the year, the game that'll be here will be one that rewards highly active alliances. They will just, we're already, highly active alliances are already the powerhouse, but there's going to be a reward for this kind of activity. I think Koji was top 10 on the Wolf, wasn't he?
Yes.
He's a free player. There's guys in the kingdom I know have spent, there's at least 50 people who have spent $1,500, $2,000. He has not. And he was top 10 on the Wolf. So there's ways to come into the kingdom and play with us and enjoy yourself. And guys, we've got this new kingdom. I hate to jinx it by saying I think it's fairly well pacified. You want to come in and just play the game to play the game, this is the place to do it now. We don't have the BS anybody else has. And you'll hear the rumors, hey, RRG went nuts, was killing everybody. And RRG put its foot down and said, don't do this. And we meant it. We kept true to our word the entire time. And the minute we talked to somebody, then it was quelled within 5 to 10 minutes. And the minute we were done beating on the people that we couldn't negotiate with and chat, we were helping them out an hour later. Man, Rex, you over here to promote 437 some more?
Someone check KC quickly.
Uh-oh.
Wasn't me.
What am I'm looking for. Oh.
6 minutes ago.
Oh, I see it.
Hey, Kick, you there, buddy? I can see you in the chat box.
Just so we're clear, I'm scared to say what I'm about to say because we're live, but that is the woman that I tell you stories about that messages me all the time, like 22 texts in a row. That's her.
The Verka or the one that's tattling?
Piper.
Oh.
She has an alliance of 3 people. Sent me 22 straight text messages. I responded with, "Man, you talk a lot." She goes, "That was a little uncalled for." I said, "No, no, it wasn't."
Alliance of 3 really isn't a hive, but if he scouted you, you can hit him.
Yeah, I said they have like a building and everything. They used to be an alliance. She's like, I was like, "Man, you're keeping the alliance alive?" She's like, "Yeah, me and my R4s." I said, "You mean you and the other guy?"
The other guy.
But yeah, Burka John's another one. It just hits all day.
Well, it depends on where the breakdown was. If you had to be, I think, a level 43 airship to reach a level 4 airship. And the same with the level 5, a level 53. And it made sense in where damages broke down. Like if once you hit level 53, the first of the, what was it, cavalry damage came on the airship. You were able to put that ability on. The other nice thing is you don't have to swap the abilities out now. But you do have to get, you've got to get in this expedition and be grinding gears out. And you've got to be hitting the forts, hitting the beasts. You've got to burn this stamina up consistently, regularly, constantly, if you want to level that airship up or coin. But it's good. So if I go airship, I don't know what I got today. Guys, I realized I knew I forgot to do something. I forgot to get that damn window covered. Yeah, they won't be free. Yeah, I don't look when they talked about castle skins. I thought that's not a bad idea, but when they started charging $100 for a castle skin, I'm like, have you lost your mind? You know, some be $5, some be $20, some be limited. It's a skin. They literally killed their own market with that stuff. And the skins do tend to make a placement problem. I think if they're going to bring in skins on a regular basis, I would like, as an R5, the ability to turn around and move people around within my alliance lines to where I can go to my map and I can grab my alliance guy and move him to the left and sort him out, you know, and clean my alliance up, get it prepared for a strategic event. I think an R5s and R4s should be able to not toss them across the map and not toss them outside the green lines, but within my alliance lines, I should be able to move things around as much as I want to. I also should be able to clear a freaking mountain from the map. But I picked this spot particularly because of all the, look, I got a lake in the corner of my thing here. That means I don't have to bring a whole bunch of farm castles in during the
You see Maya's fucking, you see Maya's loudspeaker? I'm drinking tonight, so whatever happens, I'm blaming on vodka.
Oh, damn. Here we go.
Did I inspire her or something?
Here's the thing, Wonky. We told people to go to KC, remember?
That's fact. That's where that's because now
I prefer to handle it outside of KC, but
That's when something else happening. If they've got something to do with us, they should come to us. If there's something else happening, go to KC and see who joins in and helps. But when it's to do with us, come to us.
So if it's anybody else, they should go to KC, but when it's us, we should handle it private.
Well, we don't. They should go to KC if they need help. Quite frankly, just like the woman turning around saying, "Hey, I got scouted by one of your guys." Okay, hit him. You told us. Now that I know, hit him. He broke the rules. Fuck, send a march at his ass. I'm not gonna. The alliance itself is not gonna retaliate. I'm not gonna protect a rule breaker. And Burka's kind of constantly skirting the rules. I damn sure ain't gonna protect him because he's a repeat offender.
Oh, Maya's tuning in.
Hi, Todd.
Greetings.
Koji, what's going on, man?
Hey, Koji, how's it going, buddy?
Just getting a drink or two. How you doing?
I already did take that pill, didn't I? I better put that bottle away from me before I grab another one. It didn't convert well.
My God, 11th again for Wolf.
Oh, did you get knocked out of the top 10?
Yep.
Blame Shadow. She beat me.
That's all right. I thought like when I got my T9 that I'd probably stay in the top 10 this time, but someone beat me by like fucking 50,000 or something. Nothing big.
Yeah. For the way your play style, the fact that you're that high is just amazing anyway. We
Got to give a shout out to Professor for that different march, Wolf march he gave me because it improved over the Revenge march significantly.
Oh, I can hear the boner from here.
Hey, giving credit where credit's due.
Is that the infantry heavy one?
It's not very heavy on infantry. It's got more than Revenge, but it's definitely heavier on infantry killing tiers. There's more T6 discs than T7 and 8 for sure.
That's right. Well, it makes sense with the new airship because the new airship really does have a lot more infantry to it. The infantry is way more important with the new airship than it was before. The versus damage made the infantry leg the easiest one to break off. When you're trying to collapse somebody's formation to get a good kill number, my formations focused on the distance killing one layer of infantry and the cavalry killing another layer of infantry and just breaking that formation off so you get these great big kill numbers with very little losses. And that's not going to be as easy as it was before because that versus number made that possible. What the cavalry had an advantage on one leg and the distance had advantage on another with the way the old airship was set up. Now it's damage on both tiers, but it's also there on defense. So there was no real defense because of the versus category before. Now they have a straight damage number and they can defend themselves a little better.
I think the infantry damage, the boost on infantry damage is going to make a big difference when you have 3 million infantry in your castle and a big guy hits you too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Rex, I'm all for skins, and I'm pretty sure they're going to charge us for them, but I'm not for paying for skins that are temporary.
Let me guess, new airship?
Yeah. Same thing with the castle. When they offered up the skins and it was a bloody failure, it was a failure because they wanted to charge, $20 for 7 days. I'm like, I'm not paying you $20. I don't know where this business model comes from that thinks that all digital things are temporary.
Oh yeah, I'm not paying for airship skin. Fuck that. I'd pay for stats if anything.
Right.
But run this flying dildo they gave us, big white fucking dildo ship.
If they found one that
I
tickled
like
my
it.
fancy, I probably would buy it just because. I don't know. Get me a great big General Lee flying around out there or some shit.
You give me one of the shadow ships from Babylon 5 or something that look like spiders, I'll take that.
Found gun. We've got Kick's asking who determines the rules because every kingdom's different. Well, Kick, we determine the rules for our alliance, and that's what we go by. Everyone else can do what they want, really, but we want them to try and do what we do. But we just enforce on our players what we're doing.
We lead by example. All right. We have our alliance rules, and then when somebody tries to lawyer the rules or claim it, then we go by their new rules. The people who break the rules and they wind up engaging us, it's not that we're breaking our rules. We're engaging them with their rules to show them why theirs don't work. Everybody keeps wanting to say, hey, we're breaking our own rules. If you're running around just randomly killing people, then we're going to run around and randomly kill you. And we're going to show you why that's such a bad idea. And you probably should have never thought of it. And it's effective because we shut down the BS rather quickly. And then to keep the Kingdom Police label off of us, because our alliance is more effective than others. We have so many quality long-term players in our alliance that everybody's looking for us to come in there. It's like, well, this guy's breaking the rules. We tell everybody, go to KC if your alliance is being bothered by somebody and ask the Kingdom chat for help. This guy's killing us. We can't handle it. Could somebody help us? Don't come ask us for help. If one of our guys wants to spend his gold to go over there and kill that person, it's not him policing. The person that's being killed is outside their hive. They're engaging in combat, which means they want to play the game on that level. So we're staying within our rules by engaging those rules. The best way I put it is you're safe at home. If you're at home in your hive, everything should be good. And then I've added a little thing. I need to actually put it up on the article. No scouting from the hive. Because that's a little chicken shit way of getting around the rules. It's like, well, you can't hit my hive. Well, you can't attack from your hive and expect to be safe in your hive. That again comes down.
Scouting is an act of war.
Scouting is an act of war, and if you cannot lawyer, I'm safe at home, so I'm attacking you from home. You are, and then I tell the R5s, if we're dealing with one rogue player, let us deal with the one rogue player. If
Chelsea from 420 wants to come live, she actually says, "Save me from down here."
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah, I got the same message.
I invited her this
User
morning.
was moved to your channel.
She's in the Poke the Admin channel. Hi, Chels.
Hi.
Hey, Chels.
Hi, Shells.
Hi.
Yeah. Oh, there's Maya. Come on the TeamSpeak too.
Is there a tutorial and Rogers Raiders for Airship? We've done
No.
a video, didn't we? Oh, you did.
Two videos right now, and I'd have hit them. IPI sends a scout at me, and that person's on fire in minutes. I'm not afraid of the coiners, though. It's kill the fucker instantly.
I am. They're scary.
In game KIK US2 though. For those who are on the live thing that listen on the live, the people that are in the chat, guys, there's an app that is making a big difference in this game. It's called TeamSpeak 3. All right. You can go to rogersraiders.com after you download the app. for your phone or your PC. And then from there, you can click join server. And it's very recommended from another country because port blocks, if you just click join server from over there, it works better. No one has to give you numbers or ports or tell you how to type your stuff in. You can just join and then click bookmark it and you'll have it there for the future. And what takes you hours to communicate in game PMs, you can knock out in 5 minutes. We ended every war within 10 minutes on TeamSpeak.
Just gets by all the misunderstanding of typing in the shitty chat thing they got in Guns of Glory. It really works well.
Well, and it helps people to hear the determination maybe in my voice when I say, look, I'm not moving on this, and this is why I'm not moving on it, and to explain that it's never about right now. It's usually about what we're thinking about in 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks from now. We don't want to run it. We understood the boredom, so we left the combat in play for the first 2 months. But we're at that point where I would really like us to not be killing each other in the kingdom because I want everybody to start building up their troops. That gives us, 6 weeks out from our first KVK? If everybody was concentrating on building up troops and stats for that first KVK, we would really engage well even on our first one. I imagine
The Team Snap has made a big difference. The communication, the talk, everything has helped. But I'm living my life differently now. I don't want to talk. I don't want to work things out. I'm living my life like the roof Koreans. I'm taking a rifle to the top of my castle with my other Korean buddies. I'm drawing a line outside, and if I can see you, you're too close, and we're opening fire, and that's it. You take care of yours, I take care of mine. The roof Korean lifestyle is for me.
I love you, Arkin.
I like the picture you posted about that earlier.
I mean, let's be real. That's what we need everywhere. We had roof Koreans in fucking Baltimore and Chicago and Minneapolis right now. This would be over.
The
Roof Koreans.
they had them in the LA riots. The damn Koreans went on top of their damn stores with rifles and said, "Come near my property and I'll shoot you."
The footage of them is amazing. It's basically like, I think it had, what was it, in 92? But they're still stuck in the 80s. They've got flopped collars up, cigarette in mouth rifles. There's old Koreans downstairs with fucking 9mm, and if you get close, they just it doesn't even phase them. They don't even get unpropped off the building. Arm up, shots fired. The fuck away from my business.
I love you, Arkin.
I love you all. Just stay the fuck away from my castle.
Everybody on the vodka
Chords?
tonight. Now, see, vodka is one of them liquors that gets you rowdy. The whiskey will mellow me out, but if I'm drinking vodka, odds are the cops are getting called.
It's different with every person, though. Do I get rowdy on vodka?
I don't know. You get kind of lippy sometimes. Yeah.
Tend to take longer going out for a vape.
I gotta enjoy myself.
The
Do I tickle you pink?
Chel's doing my accent down there. Go on, girl.
I'm not doing an accent.
What are you mixing with your vodka, Chels?
Right now it's wine. After that,
Vodka wine.
it's gonna get interesting.
Hell yeah, that would get interesting.
What is
Yeah,
it? Vodka, lemonade, water? Yeah.
The official drink of Mother of the Year 2020.
well, see, right now, like
My kids are sleeping, so you can't blame that on me.
Maya's sitting there talking to KC, and we can talk back and forth with her. So I mean that works. It's just the man, people typing in TeamSpeak, it changes focus for people that are on the phones. They got to swap in and out of the app. It's a pain in the ass. So we said no more mics on it because it's annoying people.
The honest truth is the only reason I could read what they were typing is because I'm watching the YouTube feed while I'm fucking.
Right. Yeah. Cranberry juice and vodka. Yeah.
Ah, cream soda, baby.
Ooh.
I still have to try that.
Oh man, it's yours, bud. If you like cream soda, which you said you do.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like the orange juice is more for like the morning time of drinking, kind of like that champagne kind of thing, the mimosas. But I hate champagne, so no.
Champagne to me is just carbonated wine.
So gross.
Anyway, back to the airship.
The airship sucks.
Well, I
That's
don't know. I've got
hilarious.
an extra.
I think the
I've got an
airship's
extra
good.
30k March capacity out of mine.
Crown and Cola, also a good one.
Now that my March cap's back to normal, I'm okay with the new airship and the fact that it looks like Papa Smurf's dildo.
The thing looks like a fucking the Pillsbury Doughman got some shit wrong with his life.
I was just talking about Pillsbury today.
Art likes Pillsbury though.
Yeah, but not for my airship.
What tier of troops are the rooftop Koreans?
The best was when he said, "Is it a guard combo?" Imagine if that was a guard card, Roof Korean.
That's funny.
Marshall, shouldn't be allowed to drink. I'm sorry, buddy, but you should not be allowed to drink.
I think if you see a drunken insult in chat, then you were looking for one. Honestly, I don't even know what goes on in KC until somebody says, "Hey, look at KC." I have no clue. I'm rarely in it. When I'm in it, I'm in there. When I go to KC, I'm there to antagonize somebody.
I believe that.
That's the only reason I go there is because I feel they're being unreasonable. They don't want to use their words. And so I'm just going to sit there and poke at them until they're tired of me. But I don't do it maliciously. I do it strategically. I mean, there's a reason I'm doing it, and I don't even get upset about it. That's something you learn when you're sitting on the team speak, is you don't hear me getting angry while this is happening. Yeah.
I've heard you get angry.
Oh, I get angry. It's just rarely while we're fighting.
King Kong is angry.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
I hear him say every day, I don't get angry.
I get even.
On that note, my drink's empty. Be right back.
See you in 35 minutes, Koji.
Nope, no vape this time. Just getting the drink.
Everyone might as well stay at a KC now while all this spam is going on. It's impossible to talk.
I know, right? I hate
Yeah,
that
it's
part
ridiculous,
of it.
this event. I hate it.
The event is worse than Rappel's loudspeaker.
Honestly, I don't think anything's worse than his loudspeaker.
Has anybody in chat, aside from me, not updated their airship waiting for an event? Or am I the only crazy person?
You're the only crazy person.
Okay, that's why I said I meant their chat on YouTube, not the chat in here, you motherfucker.
See, that was fast. When are we going to get UAC on our new server?
Well, first of all, Larry, the word civilian, they're called citizens, not civilians. And for those who are looking at this shit thinking it's a race war, this is a rise up against freaking an overbearing government. That's why there's a bunch of white people out there. The guys gotta stop going. Yeah, just freaking. Yeah, don't It's not a. Don't let the news narrative try and spin you some direction that it's not. Because everybody was offended by what they saw. I don't know of anybody that said, "Oh yeah, the cop was okay." Not one person I've ever heard.
We talking about the guy with his knee sitting on the guy's neck with his knee.
Nobody.
Yeah,
nobody.
No one watched that video and said, "Oh yeah, that's okay." Everyone said, "What the fuck?"
And
everyone.
I'm all for slamming a suspect
Right
to the
in the
goddamn
left
ground,
street
but
on
that was
situation.
that's nobody's. But that you got to understand where that
term in jail for that boy.
Yeah, the Detroit police officer, the police chief, turned around, and he's a black police chief, been there 40 years. He said, "I can't believe those other officers didn't arrest that guy right there in the street." And had they done that, had the other officer said, "Whoa, the guy's dead. We're going to put you in handcuffs. We're going to take you back to the car," none of this would have happened. That's an institutionalized, overbearing government. By the way, the very ones that were taking away people's rights during COVID. I'm telling you, this has got nothing to do with black on white bullshit. They're trying to make it sound that way because there's a political advantage for the Democratic Party if they can get that spin on it. But this is really a kickback against all the overbearing Democratic governors. Look at where everybody's protesting. But when you talk about people, they're citizens, they're not civilians. Civilians is what takes place when you have a totalitarian military government.
Went from thralls to vampire fucking messengers.
Yeah, still
Hope
not
you're
managing to
staying
get a
safe
red
in
card.
Chicago there, Will.
What do you retract? I didn't see it.
Nothing bad.
Oh. We got people from all over the world that live in, the 186 countries out there that will love to live underneath the privilege that we have in the United States. And the citizens here are so ignorant they don't even know what rights they have. That's the sad part. They didn't know that they should have been protesting the minute somebody said, "Hey, you can't leave your house." Wonky, we were talking the other day about the masks. 12 hours after we were talking about that, the World Health Organization turned around and told everybody, if you're healthy and you're wearing the mask, you're more likely to get sick than if you're not wearing it. And basically...
Absolutely, I told you that.
Yeah, basically, you've got this big pile of moisture in front of your face that now traps disease in front of your mouth. So all these people running around wearing masks are the liberals telling you to do it, are trying to keep this disease going.
Why are you paying attention to the World Health Organization? Your boy hates them.
I hate them too.
It's not so much that. It's when you got one of them masks on. When people are wearing them who are not used to wearing masks all the time and stuff and don't know what they're doing, they'll have the mask on, they'll be out, they'll get a bit hot and a bit sweaty or a bit itchy, and they'll pull the mask off, scratch their face, do whatever, they wipe their face, then put the mask back on. Well, all they're doing then is just taking it out and covering up what they've just uncovered and putting it right down their throat.
Yeah.
And that's
I
what
love the people that
it's
are
the
out
rubber
protesting. They've got their masks on, but they're butts to nuts with a bunch of other 2,000 sweaty people.
When I go to the grocery store, nice, Eric. When I go to the grocery store, I just want a pair of gloves. It's
Yeah, but
pretty
your
simple.
people are used to wearing masks, aren't they?
In the winter. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Well,
And it always winter out.
Or do you mean because I'm
And Canada.
Japanese and ninjas?
That's why you got to watch that video I linked up, because you're going to love it. It says, we're all going Japanese for a while. Put your masks on.
Hiya.
He goes, when I see 12 Japanese people wearing a mask in the airport, I think to myself, what the fuck they know?
There's fucking annoying people out there, though. There's people making those social experiment videos where they have a little water bottle or a swaddle and then they pretend to sneeze by people in the grocery store and then spray them.
Oh, that's a good way to get your ass beat.
Oh fuck yeah! There's nothing funny about it. It's not funny when there's a bunch of Australian people who dress up wearing Sahara uniforms and pretend to throw bags in stores and run away and shit. Like there's really weird people out there who try these weird social experiments and going to get their ass kicked if they get caught.
They did it to Tom Cruise like 10 years ago. He was on a red carpet and somebody pretended to sneeze and sprayed him with a bottle. He almost lost his fucking shit. His wires crossed.
The person here was actually like coughing all over the fruits and vegetables in one of like the grocery stores around here. Got in massive trouble. She like coughed through like the whole grocery store produce aisle.
Am I the only one who goes to the produce aisle and when they see those sprinklers goes off, they put their whole body into it?
I do that all the time.
It feels amazing.
Yeah,
My wife yells at me.
There's nothing like armpit sweat
On a hot
frickin'
summer
peaches.
day, baby.
Out in Turkey, you go to the bars out in Turkey and they're open bars and they've got them things in the bars just spraying you with mist as you're sitting there. It's amazing.
But we digress to GOG since we're making people angry.
Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
What is Maya doing? She's going crazy here.
I don't know.
Maya, is your...
She's
What
getting
am I
all
missing?
licked up on that potato vodka.
I know, right?
Join us with the drinking party. We're having fun.
Come join in all the reindeer games.
I don't even know what's going on. I'm not in game. I'm reading off your screen. Oh,
It's just weird. Giving
free
away
food.
300 million free food. I can't even use it, or I'd go get some. But shit,
I need it.
there's no way she can get all her troops out of her castle.
Transfer it would take forever if you mean like
Oh, yeah,
actual
I don't trust
transfer.
it.
The just Google TeamSpeak 3, Keek. And on the right-hand side, hold on. I'll open it up. I guess I can show everybody.
TeamSpeak 3.0.
Went all
It's
the
kind
way-
of amazing that Tom Cruise is still an A-list actor after 3 decades.
He's doing a good job.
It's amazing he's an A-list actor considering he's 3'6".
Oh, yeah.
Scientology.
Mo-
Server status code
Most
right there. It
actors.
says join server. But you got to have your TeamSpeak downloaded first. Okay, hold on. TeamSpeak.com probably. I don't know. Copy.
Is the dark coat of arms worth it? $10?
The what?
what do you have on there right now?
Basic.
Do you have the materials to make them if you get them? Because otherwise you're going to get more of those too.
Which guard code arm? Oh,
Dark.
I have
If-
like 154K and then
That-
150.
It might be enough to make 3 of them, I think. I think it's like, what is it, like 45,000 or something? I can't remember.
I was
Go
just seeing
check.
if it was worth it.
If you have basic on there and you're just looking to get some quick stats, okay, it's about 30,000 to make Dark Coat of Arms, so you could probably get 4 of them. I mean that.
Well, once I get those freaking 10 scrolls that they're jipping me out of, I'll be able to get like $3, 1 master, and then like 1 sun until I get my other master or buck, whatever one comes first. So that won't be too bad. But coat of arms, I don't really focus on too much.
Yeah, if I were you, if the Dark Coat of Arms, it's not bad. It's 45% stats on, say, if you pick infantry or distance, and then you get 4 of them. So, and then by the time you save up enough of the Frostfighter from the expeditions, you can put that on your troops.
is that the limited deal that you're looking at? Hold on. So
Yeah, it was just limited. I was just seeing it to see if it was like a good deal for like other players and stuff.
I tell you the $4.99 Advanced Shadow Scroll is a good deal.
No. SS place. It's not broken. You are permanently banned, unfortunately. I tried to get them to let you back, but I was outvoted.
That
Right, Kit.
was the deal that you made with me, CZ. Was you're off the TeamSpeak because you were annoying everybody till they got so frustrated they couldn't deal with you no more because of the dinging.
No, you've got that wrong. That's fake news. Hashtag fake news. We were annoying him until he had to annoy everybody else. And then he was the one who took the blame for it. You put your fucking right-wing spin on it.
Let me put my spin on it. The minute I had to listen to it, I had enough.
Right, Kit.
It's bullshit. I don't have to deal with one way or another.
You need to download the TeamSpeak app, and then once you've downloaded the TeamSpeak app, or go install it on your PC, then once you go to Rogers Raiders website, scroll down to the bottom and you'll see it there, and loads of channels and everything, and at the top of that there'll be join server, and if you click on that it'll bring you in.
My only thing about TeamSpeak is I'm here to not to have to go back to my computer and click and read fucking, you know, the text, because I got my phone in my hand. I'm looking at the game. I don't want to have to keep going over to read text, and all you hear is ding, ding, ding. It gets a little, you know, irritating after a while.
Yeah, that's.
I don't mind it if it's just two people in there, but if there's a conversation going on and I have my mind, like my eyes on my game or something, I don't want to have to keep clicking to read and shit. That's why it's called TeamSpeak.
Yeah, it's TeamSpeak. And then
I'm sure there's one called.
And then it takes a little bit to learn how to hesitate so that people get a chance to respond, which I think just adds a little more manners to the system.
Oh fuck! I missed Night Siege too, didn't I?
I did too.
Balls is in the welcome room.
You didn't miss much. It lasted about 6 minutes from what I saw.
It lasted long enough for me to get pissed off, I know that.
Oh, I know that.
Who's Snack Pack? Wait, Snack Pack 420?
Yeah, Snack Pack, Balls Snack Pack, whatever his name is.
Man, I have such a problem with Portuguese.
Are we gonna move anyone else into the live room, or are we just hanging out?
Who else we got?
Snack Pack's in the welcome room.
Jugs in with Marshall.
I didn't see. I gotta scroll down further. That's how often I look at the screen.
Maybe we should just let Snack Pack talk to Professor and Jug for a little while.
See if he
Well,
can
he's
handle
having
it.
issues with his mic, so he has low quality, he said.
His mic weren't working earlier when I brought him into the chat with us earlier on, so.
Oh,
Yeah, he was saying he's having issues.
yeah, guys. The thing is, bad audio. People will tolerate bad video, but they will not tolerate bad audio. It's just something I kind of learned.
Nobody wants to hear shh.
That's it. It's for quality of the show type things. It's gotta be as good as I can make it for what we're doing.
I hate bad audio.
Yeah.
Would you say you're an audio slave?
Ho, 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 ho.
Oh my. All right.
Who is Tony Lego?
I don't know. I don't have a problem with CZ. I got a problem always listening to problems about CZ. Yeah. I think CZ will be back on here one day. We just got to get him to control his impulses. that are a little childlike at
You
times.
gotta mellow it down a bit.
Mellow it down just a little bit. It's like a 5-year-old hanging around with 40-year-olds drinking. Look at me, look at me. That's your perspective on it. Yeah. I don't think other people are around here for for others' entertainment. And that's a bad way of looking at it.
And now we found a way to make this about CZ too, so that's good.
Sure did. Well, I'll use it as an example. The when you're from a leadership perspective, I constantly look at is one person trying to use other people for their personal entertainment. And
You spelled there wrong, CZ.
and I go
That's just because I'm an old timer.
I push against that. It will look cool on my C40. What event we got? We got a castle skin in this event.
Yeah, the vampire one.
Yes, Princess
It's the
Castle.
stripper pole one.
I don't. I guess where's the rewards that you see? Where you going to win it?
Got ranked in the top 10 in the kingdom to win the.
Yeah, the vampire chest.
Oh, this horde thing. Oh my gosh, I never rank in those.
Those freaking rewards are shit.
Yeah,
Kill him.
I never.
Like, it's not even worth.
There's
freaking
intensity gear
visiting the
7s at the
vampire.
end. They're giving away intensity gear 7s towards the end of this, 2 of them.
Well, I see.
Yeah, I didn't get that far.
I don't need sky iron
It's the-
parts, and I don't need frickin'. That's kind of a terrible.
At 250,000 and 350,000, the rewards are 2 level 7 airship gears and 4 level 7 airship gears.
Where's the rankings at? Am I missing something here? Oh my gosh. Well, it doesn't tell you where you rank right now, does it? Leaderboards. There we go. How about I go there?
I'm just going back to my old kingdom and tell her they're dumbasses. Like every day.
Well, that John Charles in our alliance, he spent some money on some fluffy stuff. Well, you give that skin down there for a while, don't you?
Are these skins permanent or are they just temporary? I'm pretty sure they're permanent, aren't they?
14 days on the bottom ones.
Does this rub off?
28 days for the top 20s.
Permanent for the top ones, isn't it?
Permanent for top 10. Yeah, you got to get in the top 10 to get a permanent one.
Yeah, I just don't see investing in that one. It's so stupid.
I see a lot of
The skin's
people
cool,
who put.
but that's about it.
I see a lot of people put shit ton of money in the skins, and then a few weeks later complain about their stats, and I'm like, how much did you spend getting that skin?
Right. Well, all I've done so
the
far in
skins
this
are cool
event,
and all, but
I did bounce around in this event. I got quite a bit done, like the airship parts. But see, I stopped there because to go up one more level would screw me in a future event. So I'm only 4,000 away, but if I go up one more part level just to get these, it ain't worth it. Whereas I know if I go up one more level, I'll get like 5 levels in a WWE style event. And then on the build your estate, what I did there was with my build gear on, I sat there and sped up all my damn troop buildings, all my military tents. I just built more and more and more and more and more of those. And what I wound up with that, I was trading speed ups for silver. I got 12 and a half, 13 million silver out of doing the construction event. Just doing my tents, which I needed to do anyway. Yeah, and then next time that comes up, I'll probably do more hospitals.
What are the gold pirate chest keys for? Like, I haven't even paid attention to this.
Faded keys versus non-faded keys, you mean?
Yeah.
Faded
just
ones
put the
disappear
gold
at the end of the event.
You have to buy the gold ones. The faded ones you get for doing bits and pieces. Gold ones you buy, or if someone buys the Alliance pack, which I'm pretty sure our French dude Charles bought the €100 pack today, which is why we got the 10 keys in our mouth.
But they do the same thing.
They do exactly the same thing, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But you use the faded ones first, so that if you've got any left over at the end, you'd have the gold ones left over. Which then pass over to the next event.
Will, what info are you asking about? And yeah, we're using the Alliance Hospital because we didn't used to use the Alliance Hospital. But while people are building up in a new kingdom like this, the Alliance Hospital is a little bit of a rescue, and it's also a training tool to get people to donate. They don't get in the habit of donating twice a day. They don't realize it's a discount on all the stuff they'll need for combat later. And if the new players don't get in the habit of donating, then they're not going to have the teleports they need to be active in events. And our goal here is an active alliance. So if you don't have enough hospitals in your castle, you're going to wind up in the Alliance Hospital. If you are not donating enough after you wind up in the Alliance Hospital, you're going to be stuck in the Alliance Hospital and going to have to rebuild your troops. And it sucks.
I have my own reasons.
Well, that is one of your reasons there, though, is making people build up a bank account.
Creep and I disagree on the on how well the Alliance Hospital works.
Well, I wish it was after the sanctuary. If it was after
the sanctuary, that'd be perfect.
it would be perfect. Yeah. Prior to the sanctuary, it just sucks.
Oh, it costs a lot of Alliance honor to buy troops back, even the low tier ones.
Yeah,
It surprised me.
that's a place they need to make an adjustment. It shouldn't cost it. That's where one of the places where during New Kingdoms or early Kingdoms, when Alliance gets wiped out and they had their Alliance Hospital up, you'll always get people like, oh, we'll come over there just as soon as I get my troops back. And then you never get the Alliance mergers to take place because they're always waiting for the troops to come out of the hospital, and some rogue keeps hitting them every 7 days when it takes 30 days to get your troops back. So it's a never-ending cycle of being trapped until people get frustrated and quit. So they need to fix some of the math on the Alliance Hospital because it allows the garbage players that usually aren't paying any money to play the game to trap people who are trying to play the game. Well, again, Legacy, it's not that you want to, if your troops went in the hospital, your account was broken to begin with. That should be your first indicator that something's not right. A, you didn't hide your troops properly when you logged off. B, your account's not built up enough to handle your marches. And if you've got more troops than what your hospitals will hold, then you either better have so many more troops that you're murdering people with a great big meat shield, or you limit the number of troops you have down to 2 or 3 marches so that you're light and nimble. You've got to pick a strategy on how you're going to play. Yeah, out of your normal hospitals, food, wood, iron, silver. It's an RSS suck. Truth, I'm missing something here. Said that first of all, everybody loves to spread rumors. You guys don't see me doing that stuff. I wait. We just deal with what we got. I have a little bit of ability to affect how some things change or how fast some things change, but I mean, you know, I don't even engage in it. The more war books, the better, Maya. Yeah. If I was coining, I'd be coining on war books long before it coined on stats. You should have all the hospitals you can build, as big as you can build them. Your hospital sizes determine how big your sanctuary is. I think you're limited to 8 to begin with, right? How many do I got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. You start off with 8. And then I got a spot open up here, and so I got 9. I'm about to open up my other spot. I'll put another hospital up there. And then I think 10's the max. You see, I'm sitting here not building stuff. See, it's not costing me anything to upgrade my hospitals. Maya, when you're looking at your war books, hold on. The military tents is basically how much you want to spend in speed ups and how long you want to spend clicking the button. I get as many military tents as possible just because I want to build in batches of 2,000 and 3,000 at a time. So there's 2 different philosophies now. So look at infantry. On infantry, always look for damage reduction. And then on like distance, you want to look for specific damages increased. So you don't want to gauge yourself based on where the kingdom is, because when we get into KVKs, the guys we go up against will have bigger stats than us. So if you get into these books that say, well, we'll give you even more damage if you've got bigger stats than the other guy. Well, when we get into the big interkingdom events, we won't have bigger stats. I promise you that. So go for the guaranteed damage. Yeah, You see, I only got 5 lumber mills and 5 food. When I get these built up, that's enough food to build 1 batch of troops. I can come in there once a day. It takes 24 hours. You see, it takes 24 hours right now for me to build a batch of troops. And I get enough food out of 1 day in here to build 1 batch of troops. So I don't have to open up anything out of my bags. Yeah. Again, that's your play style. Yeah, like Wonky's over there. If you're out there every day hitting Red Guard camps and stuff like that, you can dip into your bags more often than most people can. I get distracted a lot, so.
That's in my old kingdoms. In this kingdom, I've got a lot more food and wood tiles because I haven't got around that stage yet. But as I get a bit further on, I will drop more wooden food.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying. Let's see here. And just constantly be running these damn things. Well, like when we get into KVKs and we bring everybody over, we'll have to pull our Alliance Hospital down. So we'll pull the hospital for events.
Which will make people donate faster because when we're putting it, they lose all their troops.
Right. Landon, guys, you're not listening to what I'm telling you. If their troops are stuck in there for that long, they're not participating in the alliance. If you're a login once every 3-day guy that doesn't even click the donate button when you did that, I don't give a damn if your troops are stuck in my hospital because you're probably not going to be in the alliance much longer. We're not a social alliance. We're leading in we're leading in activity. The shields and ports. Yeah, shields. They don't have to shield. That's the thing. We don't have to shield.
We had someone earlier on asked us if anyone could reinforce him because he wanted to pull out from the hive to go and hit the wolf. And I said, but if you want to pull out, just put a bubble up or just attack from the hive. It's a 1-minute march to the wolf from our hive. You spend longer than a minute marching to red guards and thralls. Why do you need to pull to the wolf to hit the wolf?
I hit it from the hive myself. As many as you can build. Here's a good question for Creep. Creep, how many T4 you have on 362? T4 infantry.
How many what?
How many T4 infantry do you have on 362?
Oh, hell, I don't know. Probably 600,000 at least.
I have 400,000 on both my main accounts, my big mains.
Give you an idea there, Larry? I can tell you I'm nowhere near that here yet. I love T6 Cav. T6 Cav is some killing SOBs.
I like 2s, 4s, and 6s. And 8s.
What the hell? Is Maya's on what? Cav and distance, yes. Cav and distance. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. Yeah.
Alright, I'm off for the night. You guys have a good night.
Yep. See you later,
Have a
Chelsea.
good night, Chels.
There weren't much
Bye.
drinking, Chels. I mean, I thought you was going to get messy.
She was up early this
I
morning.
never said I was going to be on here, though.
Yeah, she
Oh, right. I'll speak to you in line then. See you in a
I'm
minute.
classy.
classy.
Good night, guys.
Good night,
Yeah.
Chels.
Night, Chels.
Later.
There's no limit. How many T12?
User disconnected from your channel.
That's if you've got T12s, you better be able to afford to keep building them.
On that note, I do need a vape. I'll be back
I'll
shortly.
speak to you in line.
See you in 35 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, in your on a C-35, Maya, you're going to go T-11 Cav, T-11 infantry, and T-11 distance right straight into those books. And then I would jump down to T9 distance with the extra ones. The damage and the damage received on the artillery. Okay, so a tier is a tier. Artillery is portion to the tier, but because the common gameplay is to not drag artillery everywhere, it gets into a mixed number of the way people play versus the way the math works. All right, so a castle hit on somebody who is stacking lots of artillery is probably going to take 10% more damage if they have a good artillery number, because the artillery doesn't die, but it does absorb damage from rolling from, say, tier 3 to tier 4. The they tell you artillery protects infantry, and our infantry is what dies first, and that's because we don't build a lot of artillery into the damn thing, because there was never enough stats to support it. Now there is damage reduction, and there is damage on the artillery. They're going to get a few more kills. They're going to absorb more damage. I don't think it's going to be a big number, but 10% is a big number. 10% can be the difference between a win light and a lose light.
In 353, I've got over 1 million artillery.
They don't die easy.
Because even though I don't build them, or I don't want to build them, I don't like seeing the artillery fucking standing there sitting doing nothing. So I just always click on it and build them, and then I don't use them for going out attacking and stuff. And they just sit in my castle. I'll send them out gathering and stuff, and that's it. I got zeroed in a couple of KVKs ago. I got zeroed, and then I realised that I had like fucking 780k artillery or something.
So you didn't get zeroed.
Yeah, I thought I was. I didn't think I had a march, but then I realised I still had all them, so I just sent all them in.
So then you didn't get zeroed.
Yeah, no, I did. I got zeroed after that. They took them and all. Like a trooper, though, I carried on going.
Larry, it's based on a percentage of kills versus this percentage of troops left. That's why we're saying we're talking about percentage differences and not total troop numbers. But Creek would probably remember there's a number there where if you have a larger volume of troops, they give you a bonus, right?
Come again?
Having the larger volume of troops gives you a bonus on defense. Correct? Not just because you have the troops to absorb the damage, but the number itself is part of that formula.
I mean, if there's a bonus, I haven't seen it per se.
Seems like I remember if you're giving up more than 20% in your stats, you don't want to go up against more than double the number of troops. And it might be in the type of play style where if you're only carrying 3 marches.
I mean, that may be more like a general rule.
The what kingdom you in, Larry? Your top stats are worth 7 times what your base stats are. You didn't lose anything. They just traded. They traded spots. It actually you come out ahead on the stats. It's just that the numbers don't look as big. But you came out ahead on them. Yeah, I lost nothing on my airship and gained 200 on my top stats. Yeah. Because I hadn't got my airship in this kingdom wasn't big enough yet to have the bonus to the distances. I'm watching this. This is none of those numbers mean anything if you don't know what it is you hit and what you hit with. You know, I swear I went into the mines just a minute ago. Doesn't matter what we used to have. This is what we got now. Time to move on.
Think of it like a divorce.
Yeah.
Fuck that. My divorce cost me like nearly like £500,000.
What's that, like $8?
Fuck off! It's like about $750,000.
£500,000. That's
Sorry,
a big,
I thought you
that's a
guys
big
were
woman.
using pesos now.
Well, it was about $750,000 at the time. It's about $500,000 now. No, I just walked out and left the house and everything. It fucking was like £400,000 house. So I left it to her. Said fucking keep that because of her and the kids. And then everything else on top. Yeah, it just cost me a fortune.
Well, you know they do say the leading cause of divorce is marriage.
The leading cause of divorce is marrying wonky.
You get divorced without one.
Yeah, Yeah, troop stats. I always preach troop stats first. I've always had better luck with that. They're more universal. They spread. They troop stats add to your entire march, and not a particular. It's cheaper to build the ones on the bottom than troop stats. Troop stats are they seem like they're more expensive because they are, but you're also adding them to all 4 troop types. Yeah, you don't typically want to give up very big numbers on the top 3 lines. Yeah. Yeah. Because
Nice
normally,
going, Grid. Getting your T8s on a 4 to 5 day old kingdom. That's not bad going at all.
no, that's fast.
Well, he said, I'm in a new kingdom. I'm only just getting to my T8s. This took a while or something. I said, how old's the kingdom? He says 4 or 5 days old.
Oh yeah, you're flying. A couple of those events that stacked on top of each other. I mean, we built some farms in like 4 hours to C16.
Well, yeah, but then we had a big bonus with him, though, didn't
Yeah,
we?
yeah, we got the gold bonuses with him, and that was just 4 hours. We're building farms. It's taking a couple weeks to get them fixed, but they're getting there. Every Saturday.
Don't know. I just passed mine straight over to someone. They got sorted out for me.
Every Saturday, Will. Yeah.
What got sorted out for you, bud?
Matter of fact.
What do you think costs more, Wonky's divorce or him getting a pedicure and a manicure with that chop meat he calls fingers and toes?
The Hobbit feet, man. I'm sure they charge him a lot for that one.
How many times have I got to tell you? There's not hair on my feet. That's my fucking tattoo.
You could change the
What
channel on the
line?
TV
Stop.
from your bed with those nails.
Saturday around 6, depends on what I'm doing there, Will. It's not a hard and fast set time, and I don't know. It's been working out. We'll see what happens when the COVID thing kind of evens out, settles out. We've got a large number of people in here tonight, and then over on the if you're a member on Rogers Raiders and you put your phone number in there, I generally text you to let you know that I'm going live. Or if I put something else out that's important, it costs me money to text you guys. So I don't text that often. Maya's gonna post her
Chart
stats.
bastard.
Yeah, that's expensive, man. Freaking British cost me like 4.5 cents a freaking
Oh,
text.
now you're going to blame me for it.
It's like 4.5 cents a text to. All right. Creep's good at this too. We'll get Creep in here helping you too. I know he's always
Your
harassing.
Adam's apple.
What did I do?
Maya's going to post her stats and is asking for help on how to build her castle better. Yeah. This is a good exercise for everybody. I do this, I haven't done it lately, but I will turn around and deliberately screw up things on my account and then post stats in AC and ask people to find the problems and watch how many people go, oh, nice stats, and can't spot the problems in the stat report, because that tells me they can't read the stat report. And if they can't see the stat report, then they can't set a plan forward on what they need to be doing next. So when we talk about planning ahead for the next event, well, you need to know what you need to be working on if you're going to be planning ahead. So see, there's Max over there. Just throw more money at it. Even the coiners do not need to be wasting their money. See, for like Maya's going to wind up being one of the bigger castles in the kingdom, but Maya can't play by herself. She's going to need, this is one of these things where we had that in 362, where the guy that coined right up ahead, right up things, like, couldn't get him to understand that you don't get to play it by yourself. You need the 100-man team that I'm bringing along. I bring the team in to support the super coiners. The people that want to be coining way out in front, that's fine, but you need the team play behind it. And then I've got to be careful, because people who don't know tend to start believing that the big castle knows more, which is rarely the case. Those who play religiously every day tend to learn the little dirty secrets to stay ahead. I'm ready, Maya. That's good beer.
I love beer.
It makes me a jolly good fellow. Oh, well, it doesn't matter what your stats are. Without team play, you've just wasted your money and are looking for someplace else to go. This is the first time that anybody's tried to build a kingdom from scratch with the entire goal that the alliances are not their own little individual tribes, that we're going to be working together as a kingdom. And that's the beauty of TeamSpeak, is it's been helping us do just that. We're down to dealing with onesie twosie little rogues, and hell, I don't even think we've had that problem for 5-6 days. All them new kingdom startups, all them things that everybody that's played Guns and Glories for years has said, oh, that's just how it goes. Well, didn't go that way this time. So I set out a goal to break the mold, and we broke the mold. And I'm hoping to form a new mold here that you guys can look at what we're doing here and say, okay, it worked there. You saw it. We showed you video of it working there. We show you the people dealing with this stuff. And then, all right. Those stats are terrible. 188. Oh, no. Okay. 2,500 on the troop attack. Okay. For the castle type and position that you're trying to put yourself in, Maya, I would start looking more at health. And you're doing your defense last. You've got more than enough on the attack side. Honestly, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head anymore for this.
Which numbers?
Well, like the infantry damage received, because now we're stacking that with Airship and the banners. I got to sit there and figure out what that number needs to be now. Because that's a double stack number now. And then on your Airship, I would make sure that we're doing our infantry damage received. Star that up first. Health are very easy, yeah, but health counteracts damage. So, and then you've got all your banners building, all your buildings bannered up. I'm assuming. Infantry versus distance. That battlefield treatment number. Woo. You're going to want to get that. That should be closer to 30%. Well,
Hard to do that till you level your airship up.
yeah.
Yeep.
It's down there at the bottom on that airship now. But make sure you're going in and doing that research on the battlefield treatment, because 10% seems low even for that. Hit all those first, because as you go up in castle size, your cost per hit goes up. So these bigger castles that everybody want doesn't make the gameplay easier or cheaper. It usually makes it more expensive. Most people that want to play at a low cost, $30, $40, $40 a month, sitting around C30, C31 is a good way to go. 30%, yeah. And then, does it show me her guards now? And then you're going to want to get these to 5-star, of course. Are you using mopping? Or are you using... Man, it used to give us a little more information than we're getting now. So you're maxing out your March cap before you max out anything else. See, that's what we can see from the stat report now that we couldn't see before. I can see the direction you're building your airship in. I have a video on where to put the stars and in what order. It's the one before this live. Because it's like 25, 30 minutes to explain the 6 spots to put those things. But infantry damage is where your first 5th star. Infantry damage received is where your first 5th star is going to go. And then distance damage, and then cavalry damage, and then cavalry damage received, I think. Hold on. Look at this. And view. All right, that's the order that you put your stars on. Infantry damage received, distance damage, cavalry damage, infantry damage again, then cavalry damage received and distance damage received, and field treatments last. Yeah, for the older kingdoms, you're going to have so many stars, it's not going to matter. You're just going to slap them on everything. So, in fact, I haven't done my C40 yet, but I had so many 5 stars because I had my 5 stars balanced out on all my tabs that now that I get to consolidate them, I probably should have a couple 6 stars now. I don't know how long it is. Usually my videos are about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Not as long as it used to be.
It'll close you in closer to a 6-star. Mine didn't get, like, I had everything 5-star, including my beast stuff earlier, but I'm still like just about 15 5-stars away from my first 6-star.
I'm a boot there too.
I hate you, Arkin.
I love you.
Yeah. Matter of fact, that link there, guys, and I'm putting in the chat, always takes you to whatever I posted last. It dynamically just keeps updating with whatever's current. Yeah, that way I don't have to keep remembering, because you know all them YouTube URLs are all kinds of wonky. Man, there is nothing like prescription drugs and codeine and beer. Rochambeau.
Oh no, there's fireworks going outside. The revolution is here.
Good thing that the population, the state government there has you disarmed so that you can't defend yourself. Yeah. You're going to, I hope you live next door to a Korean. You can go up on the roof with him and hand him ammo.
And we got good roofs for that. I got 2 windows out of my second floor office. Beautiful.
Go Waco style. We ain't coming out. It's an extra 15%, I think. Plus whatever your level of your airship, so it's not a fixed number, it's a percentage. It's 15% over whatever your base damage is. Wolf is as much about like where you've got all your attack stats at Maya, that benefits you on the Wolf, but they don't help you on the player versus player as much as you'd think. You got to be able to absorb damage. The Wolf is completely different. That's why I do so well on the Wolf, is because I can manipulate the stats to get a bigger number than what you normally see. LMH, you can join anyone. Oh. Just whew. Gear showing. 9 million power with Duelist on. Yeah, look at our model board. We have a farm. That's our model board. I don't know. I'm just now getting a 5-star here, and I hadn't played with my other one yet. I don't know that there's anything that's hard to understand about the new airship. I mean, it sucked because everything changed. You know, you got the Mercs. I've been stockpiling those. One thing I'll do different than older kingdoms is I will start putting some of these other ones on. Okay, Jim's question.
Four-star to 5-star, CZ. What is the boost from 4 to 5 starts? Like 40% to 55%?
Something like that.
Or is that 5 to 6? Okay, it's 30%, 42%, so another 12% on whatever your damage is in your airship's easy. So if your damage on, say your airship's level 6 barrel, doing 117 distance damage, add 12% to that.
Put a damn Kingdom shout out telling everybody about a great big battle. Come over here and it's already done. What was your gems question, Maya? See my what? Paradise, thank you. For those who don't know, when you become a sponsor over here, that money does go to my charities. That's what that's there for. Everything else we do here is to build up money for that. When I get time to leave and do stuff, that's what that stuff's for.
I think I'm going to bow out early, though. It's 11:30 here.
Yep. Okay.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Sayonara.
No one's in your room. Yeah. I think Maya's already drunk. See, like on my gems, you see all them red lights. I'm already ready for next round of upgrades. I prep for the next event, and if something was to kick off, well, I can't tell where your stats are coming from a stat report, Maya. But the same philosophy. If you've got room to upgrade the health first, so that you can take bigger and bigger hits. Because remember, you're going to be the mega leader wherever you're at. So the larger your health, the more damage a million other troops underneath you can take. We're going to be outstatted, I guarantee you, for the rest of the time that we play this game. That's been my experience, that once we start doing well, we're constantly going to be challenged by bigger and badass players. And, which is what we're looking for. We're not looking for pushovers. Some people may be looking for pushovers. Go to another kingdom. If you're looking for an entertaining challenge, come to 533. You're going to get it. 203. Long arm, how you doing, man? $20 for 5-star. That's up to you, man. It's everybody's in a rush because they're coming from an older kingdom where the stats were so big, and they think they got to be as big as they were, 6 months ago. In some ways, I'm already past my C40 stats. Can I do any better? 9? Well, yeah, the max stats is like 7,000. You can always spend more. I mean, there's lots of places where it's cheaper to put the stats, though. Gyms are kind of expensive. But what have you done down here in your guard weapons? You see where I got all one gun red lights on there. This is actually a very cheap place to put stats. And then Curiosities is not a cheap place to put stats, but it is a big place to put stats. You see I got red lights waiting to go up on there too. Parada, I don't know the answer to your question there. My understanding is they still have a chance to drop, but it is adjusting the chance lower. And I would assume it is just the star rating. That's an assumption. That's a wild ass guess is a better way of putting it.
Can you imagine if you're sitting in 533 right now and you don't realize there's a live YouTube show going on? And you just see Maya wasting gold after gold after gold talking to seemingly fucking no one.
I'm thinking Outlaw doesn't even know there's a live YouTube show going on.
Oh, he watches the videos.
Another cheap place for big stats is actually on that airship. Is right here. And the beauty, and this is one of the nice things on the airship now, guys. You can go buy Sky Iron and put it on your airship at level 4. And it activates all the way across now. So I probably spent 40,000 gold respecking my airship in the New Kingdom for over the last 5 weeks. And I don't have to do that no more. So I am tickled amount of gold that I don't have to spend on that anymore. But this is not a bad place to get big stat bumps. I mean, look, that's 50% on the attack stats alone. Yeah, my recommendation is look at what stat you want to chase, and then grab a pencil and paper and figure out what the dollar per stat cost you and chase that. The XP is stupidly expensive. I just spent $40 buying guard XP to level my freaking Galileo card that was at 5-star. I got it to 5-star and it cost me $40 to put the XP on it so I could use the thing. But it took 25% off my troop training time. So when you look at how much it's costing me to train troops, I'm now going to save 25% for the life of that card. And that means I can also build 25% more troops per week, and I already built a lot of troops. So,
does Maya know that she can talk on the YouTube channel?
Yeah, we've been trying to get her on there, but I'm fine with this.
Well, I'm trying to get 18 farms done, and I got Rapple across the top of my screen.
Always chase damage, which means if you're coining, you're going to go after more and more war books that get stupidly expensive. But once you've maxed out all the stats where it costs you a bunch of money down at the bottom, war books is where you want to go. Man, a 300K army size, man. If you go hitting somebody you shouldn't, that just means 300K that are gone. Well, CZ, you've got bigger stats than I do right now, and you're doing worse on the wolf. You need to work on your formations.
Don't tell CZ how to do formations.
I know this is one of them things where I was like, yeah, keep doing it. I mean, it's not an instantaneous. I mean, you can instantaneously. Well, post them up, man. You want the whole world to see your stats? I don't care if anybody sees my stats because I hide some. I don't know what happened to CZ. Oh, there we go. Well, I can tell you right now, I don't like your guard choices on your march. Troop size and formation. Formation is more important than anything on the wolf. Well, you need to work much harder on your freaking war books. Do you realize your farm has more battlefield treatment than your main?
Burn!
And for some reason you're focusing on infantry. Oh, that's because you use that formation that's infantry heavy. You're favoring infantry versus distance, and distance always does more damage than the infantry is going to do. No, I'm talking to CZ on this one, Maya. See his infantry numbers. which are hard numbers to chase. They're actually bigger than his distance, which means that he can sit in a tower a little better, but on defense, but he can't take a tower. And you find that the distance numbers do pretty good on defense as well. I have an old video where I showed the spine breaker on defense because everybody kept asking about the difference in formations, where I was so distance heavy on the formations, and I showed it taking hit after hit after hit, and we were just devastating people on the spine breaker. But as more and more people started using it, you know, it lost its potency because there's so many people who use my formations. I mean, there's 20,000 members on Rogers Raiders right now, almost 21 now, and about 500,000 people a month go through there. So for all the people who say I've never heard of it, they just don't want to admit they want to act like they thought it all up on their own. Well, I'm hearing you on that, but I'm telling you that looking at your stats, I'd chew you down, man. It's the class interaction. Everybody gets caught up on infantry dying first, and the versus numbers just changed. So they think they're going to harden their infantry to keep things from dying, which is true, that works. But infantry has so little attack and so little health to it to begin with that you can overwhelm it, especially with today's stats. So for all the stats that you can add to your infantry, you can even add more to your distance and overwhelm that leg even faster. And then your ability to attack then applies the damage. So if you're stacking distance damage, you're stacking distance attack, then you're going to wind up overwhelming the infantry legs. It's a rock, paper, scissors game. One is better than another. It's a rock, paper, scissors with multiple layers. It's like, instead of just 3, it's 6. And they interact and they interlock, and then they swap around, and they change which one's on top at certain tiers. I'm missing something. You're making the game freeze. It's about your play style. Well, no, you need some infantry because there's a class, there's an interaction. So like even when I hit the wolf, I got to bring infantry with me. I bring artillery with me.
Guess you forgot to hit the wolf.
Did you really?
Oh yeah.
So did Arkin. There's no hurry. It's hard to quell the desire to be the kingdom hero. For some of these guys that are coining up heavy and hard, fast, it's like I want to be the hero of the kingdom. It's a team effort. At the end of the day, LeBron James needs somebody to pass him the damn ball. To know what's better top on each tier grid, there's a calculator. What level is your castle? Guys, for everybody who doesn't know, look, I got forums over here. There are 20,000 people go through here and just read. They're lurkers. But there's all 400 or 500 people who will answer questions. Okay, so the calculator you're looking for right now is called Spinebreaker 2. That's how easy that is. Just plug your numbers in to the calculator. There's a video that shows you how to work on that. Plug them in here, copy them from this page into your account. Oh, well, this is a player versus player calculator. And then you're wanting to look for the Wolf Hunter calculator. There's the Wolf Hunter. What's good? I don't know. But guys, I mean, we go through here and we look for questions to see what we're missing and where I need to pull up a topic or something like that. See, like I got a thing up here for gift codes. So when those gift codes come out, hell, I have to go. You want to bet that there's a hidden gift code out there somewhere? Yeah, the calculator is a good starting point for when you don't know. You will slowly start tweaking the formula as you learn things. I start off with a calculator myself, and then I make adjustments on the fly depending on who I'm fighting. So it's not an excuse not to learn. It's a nice get tried, I guess. Yeah, what sucks for Revenge is there's on to use his calculator, Used to go over to the. I just ran on these Red Guard rallies, right? I was going to remember that. Thanks for mentioning that. No battlefield report. You can't plug the numbers into his calculator no more. He just got shut down. But he got in a fight with FunPlus. So they took out the numbers that his calculator needs in order to work. Mine didn't work that way anyway. Mine generalized anyhow. Room 7120. I don't know. Actually, I can't even leave my 90 mode right now. I don't know about a sure way, but I mean, that's a way. There's no sure way on that sword. I've only gotten one of those swords and I had to pay $100 to get it. Otherwise, I'd still be waiting on that damn sword.
Could have just got the hood in the last event.
I know the hood. Everybody's complaining about that hood. I bought 3 of them. They were only 200 elixirs, 200 things.
200 coffee pots, Marshall. I told you they were in the store last event.
Woohoo! Look at all them GunMuse got. Maya, why'd you give your wonder away? Wonky, did you go take that wonder?
Yep.
I'm about to go take Enigma's wonder. Hold on. I want Enigma's wonder. I've been drinking. Don't listen to anything I'm saying. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't drunk. Look at that wonder sitting there wide open. Woo. Hey, if you want to go hit Boss Hog, go take his wonder. He spent 130K gold buying that wonder. I think he
was more than that.
Might be more than that. I think he'd be very insulted you went and stole his wonder real quick. Hold on. I need another beer, and then I'm going to stare at this wonder for a little bit longer. Yeah, I'm too drunk to know what I'm doing. Hold on.
Oh, everybody's making excuses tonight.
Yeah, the game's in-game power numbers bullshit, to be honest. Doesn't mean anything. There's some things that are like humongous advantages that don't add much power to your overall score. Doug, I missed. Hold on. Oh, hell yeah. Doug, I'm held up at. I could have gone to C30. Uh, I'm held up at 29 because I got to build a spine breaker calculator, so I need to do that. Once I get the spine breaker calculator built, I'll pop C30. But T10s are a defensive tier. T9s are an
Does
attack
Maya
tier.
not realize what castle level she is?
She's 35, isn't she?
And then she just said over loudspeaker, I want C35. Unless she's talking about Boss Hog.
I don't know.
It's okay to want Boss Hog, right?
I don't know why everybody's picking on Boss Hog. Where's he at?
It's like 5, 6, 7, 13, 75, I think.
Oh, he's bubbled.
He's always bubbled. He ain't going to want to lose that wonder.
I'm aware.
He paid some good gold for that wonder.
Remember, you said you're aware now when you claim to be too drunk later.
Oh, Papa, I don't think I would engage. She's not real high and mighty on you either. Ah,
Do it.
yeah. I have a feeling. Yeah,
I'm hooked on a feeling.
hooked on a feeling. I am believing you're in love with me.
Oh my god, every time I try and click off one of these loudspeakers, I click something else. I'm going to go nuts.
You know, I need to probably hit some thralls or vampire threat things. I'm kind of close to my next level of them things. I'll tell you one thing, guys, about the New Kingdom. I said this before, and everybody ignored because Kingdom was early, and everybody had the attitude, "Who are you? I'm going to be the biggest badass you ever met, and I don't need to listen to you tell me shit." But I point blank told everybody, keep your alliances, including your farms, 150 kilometers fort to fort. And they all come stacking around me. And now my highly active alliance has a problem where we are fighting for Red Guard camps. We are fighting for freaking thralls. And we're fighting. You screw yourself in events trying to get your alliance next to a level 6 or level 7 tile. Okay. I deliberately didn't set my alliance down to level 7 tiles because everybody can go out there and just click level 7s and send a march and go home. It's not like you got to personally carry the damn wagon over to the tile. You can ignore it while it travels. Maya's going to drop tags and hit Moopy here in a minute.
Do it. Do it.
Is Moopy Moo? Is that why?
Yeah, that's Moo.
I would say it's a kind of familiar annoyance.
Moo is the sound my ex would make when she would breathe.
Stop fucking cows.
It goes it's an unopened throne, Marshall. No one runs it. You get credit on the leaderboard for having captured a kingdom, but it doesn't amount to anything for having done it. Has a new airship affected? No, not really. Only that it's easier to build up your... Well, you can manipulate your war books with it. Okay, let me show you how. I've already looked at this. So if I go over my war books, right, and let's click Cavalry here. And I'm on my T8s. Now, we'll deal extra damage where 12% of your attack power minus your enemy's attack power, 15% after. Okay, but that's not what I'm looking at. Adds 12% of your carabiners' health to their attack power. All right? That means that if I choose that war book and I go over to my airship and I level the engine first, every time I click engine upgrade, my cavalry will gain attack power. So, can the airship affect your war books? Yes, but it affects what you've selected, because some of them are your defense goes up. Let's say you've chose one to where it says your defense power is added to your attack power. Then you would turn around and start leveling your hull first. But yeah. I believe it's I think it's C22 you unlock the war books. So like I said, it's about planning ahead for what you want to do with your castle. If you're going to be somebody that's going to sit in a tower and take a big hit, then start planning lots of health. I think lots of health is a good way to go because it works well for offense and defense. The attack number works better for PvE stuff, but there's not a lot of PvE events yet. So early in the kingdom, I'm not worried about it just yet. Well, it's like a real bar. Everybody's sitting around trying to make Maya make that bad decisions. Have another drink. Make a bad decision.
It's my job.
Yeah. If you're buying war books, there's a $10 accolade. Get it. The RSS requirements on war books is insane. War books was designed as a end of everything else addition to your castle. can be doing them while you're doing your stuff, but while you're building your castle, if you're C22, you need to be focused on banners. You got to get to C30 and get everything bannered up. So I still got a lot of banners put on my stuff. Yeah.
I got your back, Wonky. Don't worry.
Don't worry, Wonky.
I'm not going to let Todd ruin your fucking good name.
Hey, badges at the dock.
I'm pretty sure I'm about to do that all on my own. Give me a sec.
Hey, Wonky.
Uh-oh.
Yes, buddy.
Nothing like a bump in a beer, right?
Oh my god, that's so funny because I'm watching live PD and they just described one of the assailants, and I honestly thought you were going to show up on the TV. They're like, we're pulling up to the scene, about 40 years old, pride and white powder.
Hold on, a train's going by. It's his phone that picks up that train. I never hear it on the TeamSpeak. But man, his phone picks that train up. You can't hear squat.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys.
I'm about to get creep in trouble anyway, don't worry.
Alright, hold on. I gotta go relieve myself of the beer here. I'm gonna put the Kingdom chat up. You guys take over for a minute.
How can you get creep in trouble? He's a single man living at home. Well, he lives with his brother, I think. But...
You'll see.
Everyone wants to get me in trouble.
Because I don't know why I'm trolling from my account when I have access to his farms.
Well, yeah, there is that. And mine.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to pick of the bunch, you haven't you?
You know what? I signed into the Shiro account today and realized you hit him so much the other day he ported.
I did wonder why he weren't fucking there earlier. I see earlier on I was over there. I put the warehouse back up, by the way, when I pulled it out.
Alright, good. I was trying to figure out why the fuck you were still there.
I told you I was staying, and then once I was hitting throws for a bit, I just thought, sod it, I'm going to stay here. It's a lot easier than in the hive. But yeah, once I pulled it out, I logged into I went into the Alliance, see which one of my farms was R4 still, and I went into one of them and then put the fortress warehouse back up. Wonkies? How many wonkies are there?
Huh, one too many.
Oh. Okay. Here we go. Whew. Ow. What are we talking about? Man, I see the.
Oh, there's one too many wonkies in the world.
Oh, probably. Yeah. Yeah, remember that the goal is damage, and the war books are percentage damage that gains and castle size. So as your stats go up, your damage goes up with your stats, so that the stats that you're buying have a damage increase. Yeah. And like, you see me cooking a book, but I shouldn't have been. And then the number of books you need gets to be kind of stupid too. So you got to be planning ahead on that. So during the WWE events, you want to do things like if you got extra whatever's left over, buy crap loads of books. Now that you don't have to give up anything to put them on there, Janine, the tactical manuals, probably. It's just extra. Extra's always better. They're not cheap. You're looking about $500 to buy one of those tactical manuals. So worth it becomes a relative term whether or not you want to spend $500. Now that you don't have to make the choice, they should lower the price. They got those down to $100. They probably find out that a lot of people would buy them. You can't get max points sitting in a tower furry. You have got to kill people. If you're one of the unlucky, if you're one of the unlucky people that sits in a tower that doesn't get hit, you can go the whole event and not get but 2 or 3 levels in the freaking KVK award.
It tells you if you go to the KVK screen, event screen, it tells you at the very bottom, a little writing down the bottom, it tells you the max amount of points you can get for sitting in a tower.
It ain't much.
No, it's 2 or 3 rewards, I think.
Yeah. Usually about 3 rewards if you sit in the entire time. Yeah, it was something crazy. Hold on. Personal bounty. Am I on the right thing? Right? So that'll get you 20. You need 5, so you need 25 max. 2.5 million hero coins. Is that right? Or 200? Yeah, 2.5 million hero coins to get the manuals. And that's not even including upgrading them.
I hate this kingdom.
All right, Maya. I'm watching the Kingdom chat. Please cut down on the shout outs. Everybody hates that stuff. And then there goes freaking. Oh, Papa out there mouthing off.
I thought that was John.
No, HFC, that's Papa Bless's little 4-man alliance that he uses to set rallies on. We popped him around he popped him around our alliance and then set rallies on him when he come in. Because we burned out all the extras. Who complained about the Roof Koreans? I thought the Roof Koreans was not only funny, but very truthful. That's what made it funny.
I know, but I guess we've got some people in here from Chicago, and everybody just wanted to talk about GOG. They don't want to talk about Roof Koreans.
Oh, screw that guy. I know. I remember that comment. Screw that. Hail praise the Roof Koreans. I'm all for somebody protecting their property.
I think I know why Maya doesn't like Papa Bless now. That was very punny by Maya.
Breaking his nose.
Please, Beehive.
That's pretty good.
What? She's about to ask me if she can burn Papa Bless. All he's got to do is leave the hive. You can do whatever. You guys can do whatever you want.
What situation?
Is the definition.
I can't tell him to shut up. That's for sure. Yeah. You guys see what I got to deal with?
Beehive.
Hey.
Hey, you want it to be the top dog. This is what comes with it.
I never want to be. I put you guys in charge of more stuff than I have to deal with. I just got to deal with the shit that.
Oh yeah, fucking Night Siege. Thanks. It's my favorite.
Who's doing it tomorrow? I've done it today.
Yeah, I did it for fucking 4 weeks.
Good question. Who else we got in the R4s? We're gonna start rotating that. That was a good idea last week. I did it.
I got a
Saturday.
thing tomorrow.
You got a thing tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, I gotta go to the protests.
Fucking jurors.
He's auditioning rooftop Koreans tomorrow.
Yeah, like I put a whole thing out on a website. I gotta go. That's what it was. Craigslist.
No one asked me for it. I don't get what she's saying. I think it's either. I think jurors and then Lily next Saturday.
Jurors hasn't been here in weeks.
That's Jers' problem. Or Lily's problem, rather. Well, I got to take him out of the R4 if he's not going to be around doing this shit, man. Can't just be there to be there. Although Lily does the work of two people, so.
Hey, Lawrence is an R4. I ain't seen him do much lately.
Oh, we're calling
Get
people
his
out
smart car.
now.
Get his smart ass over here in his smart car.
I'm literally just going to say it's a crap job to run Night Siege, and we're going to rotate who does it when.
Listen, I don't mind doing it every week. I'm just tired of making everybody else look bad.
Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way.
Is that a song? I gotta make that my ringtone.
That is a song. You never heard that? Your wife knows that song.
I bet she does.
She's a country girl. She's an old country girl. She knows that song. Yeah.
It's a funny dynamic with us because I love country music and I listen to a lot of it. But even though I've lived in Texas, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, been all over the place, she still looks at me like I'm a Yankee, just like you guys do.
Yeah.
And I'll be singing along with a song in the car, and she'll be like, "Oh, you know that song?" I'm like, "Yeah, sweetheart, I know that song."
Ask her if she knows, Lord, it's hard to be humble.
She said she's heard of it. She just doesn't know who sings it.
I can name.
Man, I know who sings it. I just can't think of it. I'm gonna have to Google it.
She was going to talk then, and I can cut her off.
No, because she doesn't know that I'm using the button, so she doesn't know when I'm hitting it. She just said she can name you any Garth Brooks song there is. She's a big Garth Brooks
Mac Davis.
groupie.
That ain't it. What the hell? You know how Google. Well, maybe that is freaking.
I just got a private message from Ski telling me, "You've heard the boss, wonk on the bench."
Wonk on the bench. I didn't say that, did I?
Apparently so. I said, "What?" He wrote GM.
It was an international hit in 1980.
Roscoe was trying to tell us we have a spy in the Alliance, and I don't trust anybody who's from 2020 and looks like they're from the movie Newsies.
I don't know what the movie Newsies is.
You've never seen that? It was set in like the 1940s. You know, they all dress with their pants up to their nipples and their driver's caps on. And
Yeah, to know me is to love me. I must be a hell of a man. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble, but I'm doing the best that I can.
oh, here come the Maya threats.
I'm purging the kingdom. I'm purging the shit of that.
Oh, he's talking about the message you've sent out about fucking Night Siege. He's saying Wonk is back on the bench. Someone else is taking over.
Oh. I don't want you guys to get overloaded with the bullshit. I mean, it's one of those things where you come out and it's like, oh, I haven't done it in a while, where you feel like, God, I haven't done it in a while. I want to do it. But if you do it every week, you get tired of doing it and you start avoiding it. Yeah, I don't see the point of having 10 R4s if they can't share the damn workload. I mean, I don't want to do it either, but I've run, 3 or 4 night sieges.
Yeah, suck it, R4s.
Until strong R5 come to play. She calling me out? She calling freaking boss
I don't know. I just can't stand when people start acting like this. This is my weakness.
What the hell? I was like, well, like Arkin was calling, it's called the C-30 flu, man. Everybody builds up all these stats, they spend all this money, and then they get this pent-up rage that they want to hit somebody. You know, it's not unlike the riots. We spent 2 months in freaking houses doing nothing, and all of a sudden you need a bullshit excuse to get out of the house. Yeah. Because everybody knows all you got to say is, enough is enough. Let me get the gasoline. And you can go rob any store, and it's a protected constitutional right, according to the media now. Because that's what protesting is. It's a protected constitutional right. So when the media looks you in the face and says the guy with the firebomb in his hand is just exercising his rights, feel free to throw a firebomb back at that media personality to see if he still holds that same legal perspective as he's dodging them firebombs. And yes, I'm encouraging violence against the media. I'm kidding. Watch me get my
I encourage violence.
But Wonky, tell me this doesn't remind you exactly of Mastermind from our last kingdom.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Couldn't hold his booze for shit. Had to start a fight with the broken English. Everybody, he needs to be the biggest. Like, this is the exact same thing.
Well, that's human nature. You don't go out and buy a Lamborghini to drive 55, right?
I want a Lamborghini.
Yeah, but I don't sit in my driveway and rev the engine of my Lamborghini. I wait till it's on the highway or the track, and yes, I'm talking about KVK, not our kingdom.
Yeah, I would say that's. I was watching the South Park, and Cartman walks up to the biker gang and goes, you know everybody thinks you're a bunch of douchebags, right? No.
Yes, I know the episode.
Like, you spend lots of money, you get all big and bad, and you rev your engines up real loud, say, look at me, everybody thinks you're a douchebag. And I love riding motorcycles and stuff, but I got a damn motorcycle gang next door, and apparently you cannot start your Harley and know that it's on until you've revved it up to maximum RPM. You
Oh
don't
my
know that
God,
the engine
I know, right?
That's the only way to check to see if your Harley's on it. That's it. That's all. That's the only way to know it's
Engine
on.
still works.
Yep, still. I guess that key's working. Good
Harley impression.
Oh my gosh.
Loud pipes save lives.
I mean, there's truth to that. I've had guys. I had a guy on a Harley, and I ride bikes for forever. I mean, since I was freaking 6. And I've had a guy that on his bike was in my blind spot of the mirror, and as I started to merge, when I looked over to the right, the head seat was enough to cover his bike out that window, and he wasn't in my mirror. He's over there flipping me off and stuff because I merged into his lane, and I'm sitting there thinking, as a guy who's rode bikes forever, you don't ride in people's blind spots. You're on a quick, nimble machine. Get ahead of people, get where they can see you. But somebody gone to some damn motorcycle driving school where it's all about safety, and I'm like, you're safest because you're on a machine that can carve out traffic at the flick of a wrist. Don't be where everybody's not. It's. I want the General Lee. They need to make a General Lee freaking deal. And not have it fly above the air like a balloon. I want it to drive along the ground and leave a dust trail. And if it has to go over like the silver mine, it jumps it. You don't have to use General Lee.
Creep, how far is Gwinnett County from you? Okay.
That far.
What are we tattling on people now?
What happened?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm watching live PD and they're in Georgia, so I saw a train go back behind this guy's house. I was hoping they were at Creep's place.
I think we've just got Ski's joined us on the old live stream now from 533. Welcome, Ski. How you doing, buddy?
Hello, McFly. Who drank my beer?
It wasn't me.
Oh my gosh. I gotta buy more beer.
My beer's got a hole in it.
My beer's got a hole in it. Man, I got these new pills for killing the pain in my legs, and I've been moving around more this week, and my legs atrophied so badly because I'm so immobile so often. And now I go outside in the dark, and my damn legs are all weak. Freaking got no balance. Needed my cane to go take a piss.
I'm so bad at finding Red Guard camps.
Frank, I got no freaking love or excuses. It's like, always look out for the motorcycle rider. If you're on a motorcycle and you're in a damn blind spot, you're the dumbest guy ever to think that the motorcycle was what was dangerous. It was the guy driving it who didn't know I can hit 100 miles an hour in a flick of a wrist. There's no need to be in this asshole's blind spot, especially a big truck. Man, if you're driving a UPS truck, man, there's no excuse being around that crap. I wouldn't drive behind a UPS truck just in case the car behind me's not paying attention to the skinny little bike in front of them, because there's no place to go if he's not paying attention. You get squashed between two vehicles. I always pull up in lane split. I don't care what the law is in the state. The lane sharing is a life-saving device for motorcycle guys. It's like some states have helmet laws, even though medical science proved that wearing a helmet, you're 8 times more likely to be in an accident if you're a regular helmet wearer, because the weight on your head plus the wind resistance tires you out. And that's what causes the accident. It causes you to get in accidents. You literally get sleepy from all the head movement of the wind.
Wonky's doctor makes him wear a helmet just to walk around.
Right?
Have you seen my baseball?
Beans and Franks! Beans and Franks!
Yes.
I was an MWD for a little while. It's a measure while drilling for drilling down holes in the oil field. But they also called us the movie watching dudes because we spent so much time in front of the freaking direct TV. There's very few movie lines that you could quote that an MWD doesn't know where it comes from because you've watched the same movie 19 times on HBO.
That's us, man. Like a hockey player, all we do is watch movies on the planes and buses. It's crazy what we've seen.
Yeah.
And the hotels. Like, what else are we going to do?
Movie watching dudes. I quit my job in '96. I just got tired of working inside. They stuck me in a cubicle, and I spent about 6 months in a cubicle, and I quit. And I went to bartending school, and then I was also selling motorcycles. And the reason I was selling motorcycles wasn't because I needed money. I didn't even go to bartending school because I needed the money. But I was riding dirt bikes and I was burning up a tire in one day out on the trails, and I wanted somebody to pay for my tires. And so I went and worked for Whittier Fun Center, selling motorcycles, and the ZX11 would do 182 miles an hour when it came out of the box. That was a factory bike, and we'd taken one of those in on trade, and my boss had one, and he's in full leathers and all racing gear, and we were going to move it over to the other store. It says, "Hey, would you drive this one over there?" And we're in the carpool lane out in California, and he kicks it up. We're over 175 miles an hour in the carpool lane, just side by side. And he's in full leathers and helmet. I got my glasses on and my tie just flapping behind me because I'm freaking, I'm in dress shirt and tie. We could do things. Are you crazy? Do you know what happens if you hit the pavement at that speed? I said, same thing happens to you. Every bone in your body freaking breaks. You're worried about the skin? You'd be lucky if anything's left. It's like if you're going that fast, nothing's going to save your ass. Because I guess that's true. I'm sorry, Wonky, I cut you off.
You know what would be great if when you're hitting Red Guard camps, you could speed up your rally time. Not against other castles, that wouldn't be fair, but if you have everybody you need in on a Red Guard rally, if you could just hit March, that'd be fucking awesome.
That would be a nice feature. I've thought of that myself a few times, and I don't think I've ever mentioned it. But yeah, the go ahead and go button would be nice. Or if it just automatically launched when it was full and it didn't have to ask you.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Apparently, Ski's not high tech enough to sign in and do live chat on the live stream.
Man, microphones and computers are not new tech. Just saying.
I just said if you see the video stream, you can text in the fucking chat box, can't you?
Yeah, just go to KC. I don't care. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Tell strong arm. Is Maya asking me for something? I'm getting half a thought if Maya's listening. I'm not. I'm missing something here. Yeah. A 1 minute rally option? I don't know about that, but
I would just like to be able to speed the march up once your rally's left the castle.
right. Oh.
I mean, not for like normal rallies, I suppose, but when you're doing in KVKs and stuff, when you're marching across the fucking forest, it's just a pain in the arse.
For the KVKs though, I get that. There's so many players, and to have that 10, 11 minutes in there, and you are still talking about a phone game. I realize so many of us are playing on a computer. I don't know. It's 50-50 by the stats I look at. So when you're looking at the stats from the people who use a computer versus using the phone, for the 21,000 members that I got over at Rogers Raiders right now, it's almost down the middle. And since it started out as a phone game, the number of people converting to computer is increasing because it used to be 60-40. And the number of people using the computer now is going up and up and up. It's just easier to do on a computer. And I thought, and that's one of the things we pushed over at Rogers Raiders was the number of games, the number of people playing the custom street racer. I did one video on that. Last month we had like 20, 30 people that downloaded that game. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean that's a lot for a game that I it's been out for 6-7 years and I'm not competitive in on YouTube. Whereas, you know, with other stuff on YouTube, I'm competitive. But yeah, you guys get on to the Rogers Raiders platform. Ask questions there. And if you know things, tell people. If there's somebody else's calculator out there that you think is working better than mine, go ahead and post the link. I don't prevent you from telling people where the best information is. I do not have that kind of ego that I think I've got it all the answers. If there's something better out there, I want to know about it because I do want to be better. That's where my ego is. I personally want to be better. And if I can improve my stuff, show me who's doing a better job, and I'll compete with them.
Trump's doing a better job.
Trump is kicking ass. Shouldn't have brought him up, man. I'm happy as shit. Freaking the looting starts, the shooting starts. I guarantee you 80% of America does not want to see this shit they're seeing on TV, but the media wants to see it. And when he says, I'm not going to tolerate it, I'm not going to put up with it, you do not get to go down there. The missing fact is when they burned Baltimore down, and that mayor, that stupid bitch of a mayor, said, "Let them burn, let them tire themselves out, burning all the businesses downtown." Not a one of those businesses is back. It is still a burnt out hole downtown. How dare you become the mayor of a city and say, "Burn my city down," so that I can make a political statement? The whole point for them having a job is to stop this. And you know, I don't care what your reasoning is. The cop was in the wrong. What's that got to do with you burning down businesses in LA? You're not protesting shit. You're a rioter. I hope to shoot you with a rubber bullet for the end of the day.
Oh, I liked Harkin's playing earlier. It was the best playing I've heard.
More Koreans on rooftops?
I've had a lot of plans today, buddy.
No,
You've missed a lot of my rage.
What was it?
I don't know which one he's talking about. Is it the one where I hope one of them brings a gun?
Yeah, where you see all the white people, and there was like 8 fucking not white cops.
Yeah, it's funny to watch TV because when you know who started most of the really bad stuff, and you know who they are and you know what to look for, you know, basically, then not only do you have the Antifa people, but you have the white people who are trying to get brownie points by being at the front line, which is fine. I'm okay with you agreeing. But now you're standing in a protest in the streets of New York City, 10 white people in a row screaming at cops who are Hispanic, Black, Asian. What? They're the racist ones? Are you fucking retarded?
I watched the Brooklyn where this big black woman was out there in between the cops and in between the protesters. And I'm here in Brooklyn, okay, and the camera turns and shows the line forming of protesters. Not one person of color in that entire line. The only black person out there was the one setting up the protest. They formed a line, and then the cops start running towards the line and run right through the line and past the line to the people that were starting to burn a car behind them. And I'm like, you people were there for the media. You weren't even there to protest. It's not protesting. Once you turn around and start throwing fire, rocks, or bullets, stabbing each other, you're in a riot. The word riot no longer exists. And I thought about this last night after we talked about it, and I'm like, protest is a constitutionally protected word. what you're
I
doing.
kind of want to protest 3 double cheeseburgers from McDonald's.
Well, I'm just saying that
I was up until 9 o'clock in the morning after we talked, just looking things up and reading into some things I thought I needed to learn more about, or watching videos, and it's just fucking crazy. And people wonder, they're like, I don't know why the cops are trying to move me. We're just here to protest. I'm like, holy fuck, dude, you're in Times Square blocking an intersection.
There you go.
Yeah, but get to your point that you made earlier, Arkin, what you'd like to see happen after you've died.
I don't remember. I've said a lot today.
It was about someone bringing a gun rather than...
Oh, yeah, fuck. I honestly, I want to see it because I know who those people are at the front of those barricades. And I just want them, just one of them, to bring a gun and escalate this. Just one of them, because you know what's going to happen. Because I don't mind all the people who are, you know, protesting. Because in all of the videos that I've watched so far on the internet, I have seen maybe one where a black person is actually the one starting a fire, looting, or breaking windows.
Oh, this is political optics.
So I want one of those privileged white Antifa motherfuckers to bring a gun where they shouldn't, and then just watch them all get blown away.
This is political opportunity, is what this is. This is, I kid you not, you can Google this. It's called Rent a Mob. There's a company that was founded by a liberal organization, and they're really big in New York. It's called Rent a Mob. And lots of Democrat politicians rent a mob to stand out in front of their political rallies and cheer for them. And then you had a whole bunch of news reporting that took place for a little while. And then they shut that down because it was exposing too much crap. Where it says, why are you out here today? I don't know. I haven't been told what my orders are yet. Because they're just there to collect a They're literally actors.
I found a video yesterday that you would love. There were multiple people throughout Minneapolis tape because, you know, everybody's on their social media now. So like, man, I walk this way to work every day, and I've never seen this pile of bricks over here, nor is there any construction within 3 fucking blocks. Why is there all of a sudden a pile of bricks here? And it was in like 4 different locations. Somebody came in, dropped off a pile of bricks conveniently right before the riots, and now they've got bricks to throw.
Well, isn't that convenient? You know, right before a train of illegals hits the border here in the southern border, down where I'm at, the Sam's Club a week before will have, say, 65 to 70 pallets of water for people to buy so that the non-profit organizations can provide water to the illegals that are about to arrive across the border. That's awesome. It's to act like this stuff is spontaneous is to ignore what you're witnessing in real life. And
I've been waiting all day for the live feed to be over because I have one topic that I want to talk to you about, but I know you're going to go off on it.
Shut up.
What's up? Oh, what's up, buddy?
Where's Alex Jones when you need him?
Talk to me about Soros.
What about him?
So, you know, I know the guy, I know his name, I know a little bit about him. But what's going on that his name continues to pop up in all of these occasions? All of this stuff, whenever it goes down, like quite obviously he doesn't like America.
Well, he's got
But
his own
what is he doing outright? What's going on that his name comes up in all of this?
Everybody can see my little beagle right now. Hold on a second. Oh, you going with her? All right. I see how you are. I don't have any treats. Go away. My dog's trying to make the decision. Do I want to go sit in his lap or do I want to go with my lap? Okay. George Soros crashed the British pound. When was that, Wonky? Do you remember?
That was Barings Bank time, wasn't it? Fucking
13, 14 years ago, something like that?
Yeah, fair. 15 maybe.
George Soros also, everybody remembers under Obama, where they did this, they did this thing where they run this environmental protest, right? Well, in the United States, propane is considered a clean gas. All right, it burns clean. There's no pollutants that come out of burning propane, so it's considered a clean gas. But in other parts of the world, propane is considered a waste gas. When you do oil refining, they literally burn it off because it's so plentiful of a waste gas when you refine gas. We don't do that in the United States, but like in Mexico, propane's like 20 cents a gallon. Okay. Here in the United States, propane's $2.50, $2.60 a gallon now. And that's because the government, who was trying to push people to use these clean fuels, suddenly started taxing the crap out of them when people said, hey, this stuff is cheap. I can run my car on it, and therefore I will convert my car to propane. And when they started actually doing it, the government realized they were losing tax revenue, so they started taxing the crap out of it. Now nobody chases it anymore. Even worse so, you can't even get anybody licensed to put that stuff on that. And where that has to do with George Soros is you had the Muslim New Revolution, I can't remember what it was called, where they had the rise up in Egypt. This was in 2000, the Muslim New Spring, whatever it's called. George Soros got them to choke down propane in Egypt. And the riots that took place in Egypt started over a hot dog vendor who couldn't get enough because all they did was cook with propane. And a hot dog vendor in downtown in Cairo couldn't get enough propane to run his business more than one day a week. And he started this holy fit. And that started the crowd, and that started the riots. Guys, this all the way led up into Benghazi shit. And for those of us on the conservative strategic side,
Now, this guy survived the Holocaust too, right?
yeah, he's a weird fucker. I mean, but that's true of, okay, here's the weird thing about some of the Israelites. They're anti-gun, but you got to understand the Jewish religion, they're very socialist. As a religion, they're socialist. Which is odd for a guy who has more money than anybody else on the planet. George Soros also owns Intuit, the tax revenue service.
The QuickBooks thing?
The QuickBooks thing, which means which most small businesses use Intuit QuickBooks to run their business. He knows what's being bought, when and where, via spyware on people's inventory. This is how he's able to manipulate markets. Underneath the Obama collapse of the housing market, not the George Bush collapse, but the Obama collapse, because the Senate and Congress were run by Democrats for 2 years before Obama got elected. For 5 years prior to that, the Bush administration tried to stop Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac from loaning hookers enough money to buy 6 houses.
This is amazing to me.
There is a movie about it that is absolutely awesome. I actually have a video somewhere on my YouTube channel of Barney Franks back in 2003. There's no problem with the housing market. The Bush administration is making it up. 5 years before it collapsed, George Bush was trying to put a stop to it. But because the media sets the narrative, everybody says George Bush caused the economy to collapse. Meanwhile, he tried for 5 years to stop it. That's because you can't loan a hooker who works on tips enough money to buy 6 apartment complexes. But that's what was taking place, because all she had to be was black. And there was literally laws and rules in place. If a black person walked into your bank, you better give them money, or we'll turn around and take your ability to loan money away.
Maya is losing her shit.
George Soros come in there when Obama got in office, and they had so let's say you got your house taken away during bankruptcy. George Soros would have been one of the banks that loaned you the money on your house, because QuickBooks was the easiest place to get these. If you're a hooker that borrowed money for 6 houses, Intuit would have been one of the companies that would have rubber stamped it.
What's this about a hooker?
And then if George Soros would come in there, take back the houses, declare a loss to the federal government. Let's say the woman owed $150,000 to $300,000. Let's say she owed $300,000 on all the houses, but the houses were worth $1.5 million on some inflated value. George Soros would get paid by the federal government $1.5 million, still own the houses. Then they would turn around and sell them to what was the Acorn organization. Acorn was that Obama group that ran around registering people to vote. You know, they register more people out of graveyards than anybody else to vote. George Soros has been, and George Soros finances. Now, where I personally got to where I knew about George Soros was when he bought Winchester firearms. Okay, the colonel.
He owns that too.
It is cheaper to buy the gun company than it is to pay an anti-gun group. When Winchester Firearms was going bankrupt, the majority stockholder in Colt, Colonel, I can never remember his name. I own the GunMuse search engine. I had 26 million people a year going to my search engine. He was going to make me the CEO of Winchester. He was going to buy them out because it was only $14 million to buy Winchester. That was their opening offer. Somebody come buy us for $14 million. This was in 2005. We went into negotiations to buy Winchester, and they were literally walking out of the room, coming back. Well, the counter offer is $16 million. It's $18 million. They walked back in and said, we just accepted the $30 million offer, and we're not taking any more bids. And we were out of the Winchester business. And it was George Soros that wound up buying them. George Soros makes 500 guns a year for Winchester right now, so they can legitimately be called a firearms company, but they sell more caps and ball caps and chains and stuff like that to Walmart than they do actual guns. And he literally got his money back and shut down the gun company in the process. It doesn't make enough guns to sell to squat to anybody. And this happened to a lot of the nationals. They were targeting the major corporations that control what was called the National Shooting Sports Foundation. George Soros has used his money to just literally come in and buy the companies that control the influence. So that's how George Soros got on the radar of the conservatives speaking up so loudly about him that out of nowhere. But it's because at the end of the day, the legitimate statistics on guns is to turn around and say, well, most people don't want guns. You know who wants guns? People own businesses. People who own businesses have to take a large amount of cash to the bank at night. They don't do that unarmed. People who own businesses have to protect themselves from stupid-ass rioters every once in a while. They don't do that unarmed. It's 87% of business owners in the country are firearms owners. And so when dollars becomes politics, this is why the NRA is big on collecting dollars. And I don't like the NRA. I like the NRA. I don't like Wayne LaPierre. Me and Wayne LaPierre don't get along. Me and Larry Pratt. Larry Pratt's the head of the Second Amendment Foundation. We don't get along. Because even in New Mexico, where they just filed a lawsuit against the governor here, shutting down some of the gun stores, and they shut down we do concealed carry classes where we teach schools. They'll throw us in jail if we file paperwork having taught somebody concealed carry right now during COVID. It's an open outdoor range where the targets are already 10 feet apart, let alone 6 feet apart. There's no reason not to teach the class. But that's not the point. The point was to shut down the schools. It sucks, but what are you going to do? You hope your organizations that you contribute money to do something about it. But he didn't go out and file for all businesses to be open. He filed a lawsuit to open the gun businesses. And I have a problem with that because the Second Amendment protects the First. It also protects the Fourth, which is your property rights. And so I have a problem with gun organizations who don't understand their responsibility for gun ownership is to protect the rest of the constitutional rights and liberties as well. So I'm not a single issue voter, and I would hope that most gun people aren't any more than most anybody else is. But the other thing with George Soros is he's one of these Vandenberg people who believe there's too many people on the planet. And there's lots and lots of uber rich who think the world would be a better place if a couple billion people died tomorrow. That's why there's this conspiracy that COVID wasn't an accident.
Oh, so I'm not the only one?
COVID did not spread by accident, but I don't believe COVID would kill the number of people that everybody thinks it's going to kill. Now, in New
There's
York,
a lot of people that think that the world would be a better place if a couple of billion people died. They think we're using up our natural resources far too quickly. We've got no way of combating with it. So that if we was to have a mass purge on that sort of scale, that the world would last a lot longer.
well, let's counteract their bullshit with some science. They literally came out and said that during the COVID, the air is 80% cleaner since everybody's been in their homes. So in other words, the hundreds of years of disaster that are supposedly on the brink, apparently you can clean it up in under 2 months. If the air is 80% cleaner, if after only 2 months, by their measuring standards, then they just disproved that the earth is on a bound disaster due to mankind. And the reality comes down to, you cannot turn around and say man's causing hurricanes if man can't stop a hurricane. You can't have one power without the other. They never want to be challenged on their bullshit. But they really is a very large, rich consortium, including this guy that's about to launch the space shuttle. You know, that we need to get to Mars before we all die on Earth. You know, these people think this way. To a certain degree, that kind of high intelligence leads to a certain amount of paranoia. That's why Howard.
Didn't NASA launch a space shuttle like yesterday or something?
Today it should have been. I don't know. I was asleep. I don't know if it actually.
Well, with all that social distancing, how the fuck are they that far apart in that little shuttle?
Well, they don't got to do that. That's what social distancing bullshit to begin with. I'm telling you, guys, people hated the Tea Party, and it was not because the Tea Party's ideas, but the Tea Party went out and did something they were not supposed to do, and that was they walked out, held a rally, and talked to each other face to face. It completely disrupted the internet's hold on people in the year 2009. When the first Tea Party rally started up and people went out to parking lots and held face-to-face conversations and said, I don't think that way, and then started their own groups and their own communication, the internet was telling you what to think. You weren't supposed to be talking to your neighbor. You went and did it anyway, and it completely blew up.
You mean to tell me they didn't torch City Hall in Nashville?
When?
The Tea Party.
They didn't torch the tea. No. You mean the people who clean up their own trash at a rally?
It was a joke.
I thought he was talking about the Tea Party.
The Tea Party is most famous for holding 10, 20,000 people rallies, and when they come out of the park's cleaner than when they walked in. They're better than any liberal who wants to save the planet from garbage. You just got to look at the political movements behind environmentalism have been around there since the 60s. It literally is communism in a different shape. For the low price of every dollar you'll ever earn, we'll save you from the Earth's destruction. For the low price of every dollar you ever earn, we'll give you free health care. Everybody gets sick, everybody dies. It can't be free. It's got to be random.
Yes, for those of you who have just tuned in, this is a Guns of Glory chat channel. If you've got any questions, please ask.
We are tanking, Luke.
If Colin Kaepernick can use his platform however he wants, Gun can use his platform however he wants.
I'm not even espousing a view on it. I'm just telling you some facts here. The what
That's
you think-
facts.
What you think about the facts is not my problem.
Goddamn Barbara Streisand.
God damn it, Barbara Streisand. The what was funny was to watch the Obama speech from the other day where he turned around and says, "What these people are not protesters, they're rioters." He was talking about Ferguson. When it was his problem, they were rioters. At the same
And
time,
thugs.
and thugs. Donald Trump walked out and literally gave the exact same word for word speech that Barack Obama gave, and he was a racist. That right there should tell you just how bad the media is. I hate the media, guys. I these guys can see on my TeamSpeak a little picture that I got up on my TeamSpeak. I can show you with a graphical chart when John McCain suspended his election in the year 2008, when the leftist media knew
John McCain.
they owned our
Die
ass.
Hard. Bruce Willis.
John McCain, the guy that got stuck in a cage for 5 years in Vietnam. The senator from Arizona likes to take money and act like he's better than everybody. And see, as a veteran, guys, when they turn around, they talk about, when Trump said, I like people who don't get captured. Quite frankly, I understood what he meant by that. And I'm one of these combat veterans who knows that John McCain should have never had a leadership position because he was a POW. I would advocate tomorrow that POW should not hold office. And that's because of what I know about being around POWs, and it's
But then Homeland would have never been a show, and I love that show.
I never watched Homeland.
That was a good show.
The first few seasons, when they still had the POW involved in the show, it was a great show.
I stopped watching most HBO shows after the third documentary about how freaking George Bush blew up the dikes in New Orleans to kill black people.
Yeah, the thing is, some of those, like, HBO's got a pretty good history of having some real good fucking shows.
They do.
Sopranos was on HBO.
But that's because
Look,
a conservative can
Quantico.
take that stuff as entertainment value. Liberals can't take a joke. They don't know what a joke is. Nothing's humorous to them. It's all politically driven. And so you got to start fighting them constantly on their own political views and standpoints. And then you sound like a political hack all the time because you got to fight them on their ground.
I live with another coach that coaches for us, and he hasn't been living with us for the last two and a half months. During all this, he went to live with his mom on the army base around here. But he texted me today. He goes, so they're rioting in D.C. and Baltimore, huh? I said, yeah, it's getting real fucking close to home, for those of you who know where I live. And he's like, you won't go outside with your MAGA hat on. I said, you know what? Today I might actually leave that inside.
Might actually leave that in.
My balls are big. They're not that big.
Yeah.
That was the best part about it. I tried to see how the other half lives today and watch CNN for a while, and asked my wife. I had to turn it off at the point when they said, and most of these rallies are not escalating until somebody with a red MAGA hat starts something. And I'm like, God damn, I've been watching for 3 hours and haven't seen one of those.
Right. And if there is one, there's somebody going down there with one to start shit. Because you'd have to be the dumbest person on the planet to walk down to a damn riot like that with a MAGA hat on.
You better be a fucking Navy SEAL who's got a death wish.
Right. They're not reporting the news anymore. They're creating a narrative. And one of the things this all blew up at the very point that the 7 highest officials in the Obama office just got busted making up bullshit to dump it in the lap of Donald Trump. They just released the transcripts of the Russian ambassador talking to General Flynn, released it all, didn't redact anything. And the Russians are over there going, yeah, we know that Barack Obama dumped this on us to try and piss us off and start a fight between us and the Trump administration. we're not falling for the bait. And because that was a classified conversation, they did 3 years investigation on Trump on a classified piece of information that no one saw until last week. Not one person in Congress, not one person in the news, but 8 high Obama officials all knew it was there, walked out on the TV and said, oh my God, that Flynn, he's a traitor. And you know what Flynn told him? Says, how about you don't start no shit, we won't be no shit. That's what Flynn told him.
Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
That's he didn't put it in those words, but that's exactly what he tried to get across to him. It's like, don't start anything that we have to respond to, was his exact words. That wasn't, hey, we'll deal with you later and we'll give you whatever you want. It was literally, don't start nothing, won't be nothing bullshit. Because you all know after 3 years, Donald Trump ain't taking no lip off no freaking bartenders. And I'm referring to that little bitch in fucking New York. Not the...
Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking about what you were talking about. I was just talking about in K533.
Won't start them. Well, no, that's relevant. This is one of the reasons we get off into politics, is because what you see in a microscopic view in these games is really what's happening in the world. People lead like they've been led, and they repeat what they think they know, and sometimes they don't even know why they're doing it. Oh, Maya's from Poland, man.
Yeah, that's why she's talking about the Holocaust earlier.
Yeah, I told this story before, that I was up in, we were out there doing a thing for one of the gun channels. And the guy goes, I opened up the thing, he had rocket grenades and everything else in his closet. And I was like, man, what do you got all this stuff for? The Germans caught us off guard in the 1930s. Won't ever happen again. What's sad is some people are so divorced from what's going on in the real world because of places like CNN. The Ukraine right now is being invaded by Russia. But what's sad is not knowing that in the 1990s, the United States signed a treaty with Ukraine because the leftist party in this country, the Democrats, said, if you give up all your guns and become a gun-free nation, we'll defend you. And then when the Russians went running into the Ukraine, who was completely unarmed, Barack Obama said, we're not doing shit. So America couldn't be held to its word, depending on who was in the White House. So if you're one of these people who think the world should disarm, and then you should have understood that the minute that a bad guy with a gun came into the country, America should have showed up with his guns. We're still not there today. There's an argument.
So America, one of the leading countries of gun laws, want to hold guns and everything, turned around and said to another country, if you give up all your guns, we'll look after you.
That's a treaty with the Ukrainians. When the Russians came into Ukraine, by treaty, we were required to send our military in and kick the Russians' asses. We did not do it.
Yeah, because you don't want to go to war with the Russians.
We'd kick the shit out of the Russians so fast it wouldn't even be funny. What you don't want to do is keep telling everybody how fast we kick everybody's asses.
It's not that though, is it? It's the fact that if you do that and you start kicking the Russians' asses, they've just got that little red button the same as you've got, which is going to cause fucking catastrophe everywhere.
It would be a petty sum.
And they are more likely to push that button than what you are or we are.
Actually,
America push that fucking button faster than Trump. He's got one in his
Boris
pocket.
Johnson.
He lives with his finger
Boris
on it.
Johnson. Him and Trump would be fucking racing to push it between them.
The most dangerous nuclear country.
Did you push your button with your balls? I did.
Pakistan's the most dangerous nuclear country. and India being the second most dangerous. And right now, okay, here's something I guarantee that most people don't know. There is the possibility of a major multi-million army war taking place between India and China right now. How many people saw that on the news? We're
I
talking
don't know, I
about
reckon North Korea is up there with the fucking most dangerous fucking country around.
well, but India and China are about to freaking set off against each other. And both of those are nuclear countries. And India is not one of these countries that tends to roll over easy. Neither is China. You're talking about a kind of killing off. The estimated troop damage is going to be in the tens of millions of dead troops if these two countries go to war. And it's almost as if, and this is one of these things where the Vandenberg conspiracy keeps coming back into play, that if you really think that a large number of portion of the people on the planet need to die, wars were the best way to do it. That's how it did in World War One. Vandenbergs were involved with that. That's happened in World War Two. The Koreans. It depends on if you. And China's got a problem of too many people to feed. They think that way. I'll just send them to their death.
Well, that's why I don't care about war, because they know they've got them numbers there. I mean, any country that you have to pay to have a daughter in is a country that you've got to be worried about.
Well, it's not even that they have the numbers for the army. As far as the government in China is concerned, killing 10 million people off in a war saves them money. It's less expensive to the state. Thomas Roberts heard about it. You have to really be paying attention to know what's going on in the world, on a global level. Trump spelled it out the other day, but you can't get the media to repeat what he says. He says it's not that we have a problem with the fact that China got a virus. We have a problem with the fact that the virus didn't spread to the rest of China. It went from Wuhan to Paris to Moscow to New York to LA. It went to every economic opponent of China. They let that virus loose. No one believes for a second that that was accidental, that the places it spread were the economic powerhouses against China. China was being crushed by Trump's freaking trade deals. And the way the communists deal with that is you kill off a bunch of people. That's how you deal with that problem. I don't think India's going to surpass people. I have a problem with the world population number, and it has to do with like what the Wonky just said, where you got to pay to have a woman because of the one child policy, right, Wonky?
Yeah, they're allowed to have sons because obviously they need the sons for the military aspect and they believe men are better than women. But you have to pay to have a woman if you're over there. Purely simply because a woman can give birth to more children, and more children means more people they've got to fucking try and feed. And that's what it boils down to. I mean, that's where this red envelope thing comes from that they get. Everyone thinks it's all to do with money and stuff, but it was years ago when they got married. If they got given a red envelope, it meant that they was allowed to have a girl daughter, a girl child.
Didn't Bruce Jenner win like a Woman of the Year award?
Nice segue. But China's had a one-child policy for now 60 years. Okay.
More than that, I think.
Maybe more than that, but at least 60 years. That's 3 generations where the population should have cut in half every 20 years because of the one-child policy. Yet they have reported a sustained population growth that matches the rest of the world. In other words, either somebody has been fucking bullshitting the books about population counts, or China's numbers are not as big as everybody thinks they are.
I don't know, but
I
I've
don't
never
know
met
of
someone
anybody
from
who's gone
China
around
that
and said
hasn't got a brother or sister.
one little, two little, three little Chinamen and started counting their little asses up yet.
I've never met a China person, someone from China who's not got a brother or sister.
Exactly. So either they're ignoring their policy, or somebody's bullshitting the books about how many people there really are. But at the same time, there's cities in China that are empty, cities that can hold tens of millions of people that are less than 30,000 people living in it. They're just, it's weird. I don't know what's really going on in China, but the numbers don't add up.
You seen them hotels out there that just look like fancy bunk beds? They're just like loads of bunk beds all piled on top of each other, but they've got their own little doors to get into each bed.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong's. See, then Hong Kong just got their favorite trade nation status away. That's gonna. I'll tell you where as Americans you're gonna love this. Your junk mail is about to go down, guys. The crap that shows up in your post office box. One of the deals with Hong Kong that's been around for 100 years is if you wanted to mail out 100,000 pieces of mail to people, right? You would address the envelopes, put them all in a box, ship it over to Hong Kong. They will mail it back to the United States. And instead of paying the full price of a stamp, it's like a half a penny per letter. And that's one of the things that's about to go away with this thing that Trump just signed on that one. They're about to lose. So all the stores that may be U.S.-based stores use that loophole with third world country treaties to send mail to your junk box in your email mailbox.
Robbery.
You guys like how I did that? I got him started. I said, "Hey, tell me about George Soros," and I left for like an hour. Came back.
All right. This stuff ties together, man. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do?
No, you're good, bud.
We were on to Bruce Jenner, Woman of the Year.
Wait, what's that about Nancy Pelosi?
That commie bitch is irrelevant now.
I hate that bitch.
She's not communist enough for the left anymore. The only thing the left needs to watch out for is that's one vindictive bitch. She ain't going down without a fight. Yeah.
Why does Nancy Pelosi look so much like Mrs. Krabappel from South
Simpsons?
Park? South Park.
I don't know.
Uncle Bopper was from Simpsons.
What?
That's true.
All right, then I got to look up which character it is. It's not Krabappel then. Hold on.
Garrison.
I hadn't even looked over. But the Afghanistan thing, people are in their home, man. They're going to fight for it. Fuck, we sent Rambo over there in 87. Wasn't that enough? See that one, Creep?
Awkward moment of silence.
No, the Bruce Jenner has a sexual harassment suit against Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah.
He's another piece of trash.
I tell you, the funny thing is, I think some of these riots were set off when they were on purpose because Mitch McConnell said that he will not extend unemployment benefits. And we're going to pay people $2,000 a month to stay at home forever for the rest of their lives. Got shot down by the Senate as well. Shooting those two things down means that people are going to have to go back to work before the election, and this 25% unemployment number is going to drop back down to 8, 9, 7% and keep racing towards the freaking thing before the end of the year. And one of the things that I know is going to happen is a bunch of these businesses that are smart enough to take advantage of the money that the government did put out there, there is going to be the opportunity for people to move to get a better job and a better way of life. The number of people that are about to move to Texas is about to be a stupid number. The people who are making
$2,000 a month is not a bad sum. I'd stay home for that.
Yeah, who wouldn't? That's the problem. The problem winds up being it's 5 times our national annual spend we spend more money than anybody else in the world, and we'd have to spend 5 times more money than we're spending now to make it happen. Nobody does the math. The money would come from nowhere. They're literally trying to tell everybody that China will loan us the money that we can't pay back. We can't pay back the money we borrowed now. It's the stupid number that no one's looking at is the national debt doubles every 4 years for 200 years in the United States, except for the last 3 years of Trump. Instead of doubling, it only went up 10%. And everybody's trying to like, well, it went from 20 trillion to 22 trillion. It didn't go to 40 trillion, which would have been normal. We should be saying the word $40 trillion in national debt right now. And we're about to, with the way they just borrowed this money.
Can't they just go and print more money?
It doesn't work that way, man. That's how Germany collapsed.
I know it don't work that way.
That's how World War II started. That's how World War I and World War II started, was Germany printing money. The counterfeiting, even your own money, is the number one prelude to war. Counterfeiting is an act of war. So when you remember,
so is scouting from your hive.
So is scouting from your hive. Remember, George Floyd was guilty of counterfeiting. He was not put down for being a black man. He was put down for being a terrorist against the United States for counterfeiting money.
And this is where I take a step back.
Who's scouting from the hive?
Nobody. Let's set back racial relations 10 years right here on this podcast right now.
Oh, fuck. Thank God we don't use my real name.
You know, you can take the monkey out of the jungle.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Does not reflect the views of the other members of the broadcast.
How
that
great
reminds
do
me
you
of a
find
joke.
that CNN was the one who got a reporter arrested for basically doing nothing. I get it. But then the rioters tried to burn CNN down. And that guy, Killer Mike, basically yelled at CNN during his rant asking them to stop escalating this situation with their bullshit.
They have been escalating it. This was never a racial thing. This was whites, blacks, yellow. Everybody was offended at the very sight of institutionalized police officers doing whatever the fuck they wanted to right in broad daylight. And they were killing that man, and no one was stopping them. And I'll tell you right now, I'm just as pissed off at the freaking people holding the camera that filmed it as I am the officers who didn't stop it either.
Well, the person filming was a 15-year-old girl.
That bitch better go over there and high kick somebody in the face. But then the story would be different.
I've seen it.
If George would have
I've
lived,
seen a
the story would
7-year-old
have
shoot. I've seen a 7-year-old shoot an AR-15.
Right. But let's say that 15-year-old girl had gone over there and kicked that officer and saved George's life. The story would have been so different that the institutionalized police problem that we witnessed on film would have continued, and it would have happened against her. These are the same people who shut down lemonade stands because they don't have a business license.
George
So
Soros.
here's one that'll get you going. So the other police that were there should have arrested that guy on spot, right?
Yep.
So who was going to arrest the other 3 cops who were there and didn't do a fucking thing about it, condone the whole thing?
They should have been arrested. A supervisor should have been called down there.
Because that's one of the things that's still keeping this going, right? Is like the fucking other 3 or 4 guys. Nothing's happening.
Well, here's the truth on that one.
No, the thing that's keeping this going is people still want to loot. People still want to destroy cars. People still want to burn down buildings. That's what's keeping this going.
To prosecute a police officer, first of all, shouldn't have happened in 24 hours, which happened to the first guy. Shouldn't have. Well, there's probable cause to arrest him. Okay, that's beyond a doubt. But to prosecute a police officer shouldn't be as easy as prosecuting somebody else. You have to have an established probable cause to even arrest them. Police officers are going to engage in physical conflict every single day of their career. If you allowed the simple act of accusation, like you do with every other citizen, it would disable the police force completely, because there's always an accusation against police officers. That means that every criminal who says he's being brutal to me, everything must stop. That guy must be arrested because of the accusation of brutality. If I turn around and said, hey, Arkin, you assaulted me, the cops will arrest you without any evidence. My testimony is probable cause. At that point, we got to get pictures of bruises and stuff to prove it. But to arrest you, my testimony is probable cause. They do not allow that against police officers, and for a reason.
And they will detain anyone present just to arrest you as well, to control the whole entire situation. They have the right to do that.
I still want to know what happened from the sidewalk to the street. That man did not wind up laying face down in the street because they decided to drag him from the sidewalk and kill him in the street, which is the narrative that
but it's Trump's fault.
That's the narrative that the news is running. Hey, he's a black man, let's drag him out in the street and kill him. That didn't happen. Those two, now that officer that was standing on his throat and that black guy worked at the same bar as bouncers. So there was definitely something going on there that he wasn't giving him any slack. So there was something between those two people. Do I think he meant to kill him out in the street? No. Do I think he meant to choke him out until he passed out? Yep. Yeah, he knew what he was doing, but he didn't know how far he was going. And that's why the instant charge was 3rd-degree murder. Is now you got to prove that he intended to kill him.
User disconnected from your channel.
Everybody says he should have been charged with 1st-degree murder. Well, that means you knew you were going to go kill that guy that day. You got to have proof of that. You got to have probable cause of that to charge that. You don't want the cops treating you this way. So why do you want the cops treated this way? The whole problem is that damn law enforcement's out of control. Well, prosecutors are law enforcement. So
I'll tell you the same thing I told Wonky. They all want the police departments defunded and gone. That's fine. Let's get rid of them all. And for those guys, so they don't lose their job, we can put them in the National Guard. We can do whatever they want. But let's see how much they love it when there are no rules and there are no cops to enforce them.
well, Larry, again,
Go try and loot a business in Texas.
Yeah, Larry. That also supposes that a cop can never touch anybody because they'll always be guilty of assault. Which is not true.
Would I need a hunting permit?
No, same as feral pigs.
I don't need a hunting permit.
Feral people are the same as feral pigs.
User entered your channel.
All right, well, that's a good deal then.
You do. We don't know what the answers are. The problem winds up being that what you saw on a video had nothing to do with what's going on in the street. No more than the people who were walking around with grenade launchers in Benghazi watched a YouTube video talking bad about frickin' Muslims. It's not the first time this political party has pulled this bullshit. They're quite famous at it. I'm with the Koreans on rooftop freaking strategy that Arkin's come up with here. Quite frankly, if you own a small business and they're down there rioting, you better be standing on top of it with a gun. Anybody comes at it with a Molotov cocktail, you put a bullet right between their head.
You got to see the video of the fucking two rednecks, two black guys out there with like automatic rifles, basically. And the way they put it was the right way. They're like, listen, we're just out here making sure the protesters stay safe and stay separate from these rioters. And they're out in front protecting their tobacco shop that they frequent, which is owned by Middle Eastern people who are protecting their shop, standing outside with machetes. It was amazing.
Good for them. And I'm on the side of the people with the guns and the machetes at this point. You know, Marshall, it's not a matter of
over there in
keeping people
Minneapolis, the
divided.
rioters would stop.
It's to create the perception that people are divided. Because there's not, in a town of 8 million people, there's not 8 million people downtown. There's a few hundred on this corner and a few hundred on that corner. There's such a small minority of people that the reason they got to use the word protest instead of riot is to try and give them a voice that they don't have for being criminals. The minute you're a criminal, you have no rights. The minute you say the word riot, you're a criminal. The media will not use the word riot to people throwing freaking Molotov cocktails at buildings. I think the mayor should have been arrested the minute he ordered the abandonment of the police station. You've just committed fraud on the population that you serve. You don't get to retreat. Not from your own building, not from your city building. To see cops running away in their police cars, that was disgusting. Because those are the people supposed to be protecting life, liberty, and property. And they're running away like cowards from a small crowd.
This shit happened in, I think it was the Bronx, back when my dad was younger. And they were going around rioting and trying to light all the police departments on fire because of some of the, I think it was because of some of the dirty cops. It's fucking nuts. There's a movie about it, or a documentary called like Fort Apache, the Bronx, I think it was.
Well, Barack Obama's Bill Ayers financed the presidential campaign. He started doing all the fundraising for Barack Obama. Do you know what he's famous for? Bill Ayers was called the Weather Underground. They were blowing up police stations in the 70s with bombs. And he financed Barack Obama's run for presidency. It's called the Weather Underground. Had the media done a little bit of research on Barack Obama, they'd have found out the man was freaking financed by terrorists. Actually, they think Bill Ayers wrote both Barack Obama's books. And Bill Ayers claimed to wrote the second one. Well, see, the thing about McVeigh was, of all the people who kill somebody, Timothy McVeigh got found guilty, sentenced to death, and executed in months. And that the reality of that was the federal government was not going to have it dragged out over and over again. That the federal government was completely in the wrong and was attacking conservative organizations using the FBI back in the 90s. The films are just now on, we talk about this, you know, on Netflix, there's a movie called Waco. Go watch the Waco movies. Because what you think you know about Waco, you don't know shit about Waco. And I was surprised how factual the Waco movies were. They left out a whole bunch of political crap. They just told you the facts of what happened that were undeniable. The things that came out in court testimony, eyewitness testimony. That's all that movie was, and that'll scare the shit out of you that your federal government got that out of control. Or at the end of it, where you find out that the federal government's been using CS gas, which is illegal by Geneva Convention, against conservative groups. Every 2 years, they've been burning down a building full of them for 30 years. Who's reporting Fox News? Oh, Larry. Look at that. Knee jerk. So if it's on Fox News, it can't be heard. Anybody that says something different than CNN's a liar. Just think of what you're saying when you say shit like that. No facts other than what I already know are allowed. I can tell you right now, the FBI monitors my servers because I am the GunMuse. Because of the gun search engine, I've had an FBI monitor on my server since the year 2005. It's required by law now because of the content. It's exactly what they're trained for, Marshall. The entire purpose of police is public protection. The purpose of the police is not tax collection. The minute you run away from danger, but can be out next street writing parking tickets, then there's no purpose for the police department anymore. The funny thing is Trump is more on the side of Black Lives Matter right now than anybody else is. That's the insane part of all this. Because you want to know whose side he's on, Black Lives Matter and Trump are saying the exact same shit. report both sides. Well, you let me know what other channel does that. Because as far as I know, there's no single news source out there that reports the right side except for Fox News. Being a vet doesn't make us right. Being a combat vet usually means you've seen a little more of the world than everybody else has. Gives you a different perspective. Means you also should have seen oppression and what it looks like somewhere else in the world instead of turning around and trying to endorse it in this country. I seen how the other half lives. You don't want to live in that shit. I like my nice, cushy American life. Yeah, why wouldn't you trust the guy has kept his word every time he said something? I mean, see, I don't believe you, Larry, because you say shit like I don't trust Trump or Obama. Trump hasn't done one single thing that he didn't tell you he was going to do, tell you why he was going to do it, and actually just follow through on it despite all the opposition. He's kept his word. You don't have to like it. You don't have to agree with it. But you can damn sure trust that he's going to do what he says he's going to do. So it's a factual instatement. You can trust that Trump's going to do exactly what he's going to do. You don't have to agree with Trump, but you damn sure better trust that he's going to follow through. He told him everybody the other day, you guys go out there and rioting, and I know this is Antifa bullshit. I know it's political shit. I know he sees more than we do. We know damn good and well this is political manipulation of a situation. He called out the MPs. Good for him. I promise you didn't want the MPs pulled out. You wanted your local police dealing with this bullshit. I didn't say that. Again, you twisted words. But let me put it another way, Larry. CNN spent 3 years talking about a Russian collusion that never took place. Swore to God they had 122 news sources. When the facts come out, it didn't exist. So CNN lied to you about having 122 people, all that they couldn't tell you who they were, telling you about these facts that don't exist. Why would you believe anything somebody who lied to you 122 times told you for 3 years? Maybe they got an agenda. I saw your little snide Hannity comment. You know the fucking problems you got with Hannity is? He's been right for 3 years when no one else has been. Sean Hannity is the only news reporter, including for Fox News. All the other reporters on Fox News played the wavering game. Sean Hannity stuck to his guns and wound up being right. So hate him. The guy fucking knew a fact. Gotta hate him now. That's bullshit, man. Why would you hate somebody for being right? I don't like listening to Sean Hannity because he repeats himself. Fucking little overly religious for me.
Who are you bitching to?
Fucking this Larry Lopez guy. Just
yeah, I'll come off. I can't see the chat at a minute.
Fucking full of shit's what he is. Doesn't even realize he contradicts himself in his own statements. Making gay frogs.
So I was trying to explain to someone in AC about equipment. They've got their first piece of buck equipment, and they was asking what they should craft with it. And I asked what other equipment they had. I've gone through it with them, and they went, "Oh no, I can't do that though because I've got Pursuer in the necklace and the ring, so I want to do that so I can go straight to Pursuer." I said, "While you're still got like Demon Hunter and stuff in your equipment, you don't want to be putting one bit of Pursuer on, which just stacks one type of attribute.
And breaks your freaking gear bonuses."
Well, that's it. And so I was off. Couldn't see the chat for a minute while I was sorting that out. I doubt they're going to listen to me. They've stopped talking now. I've said that though.
What we got going? I'll tell you something there, Larry. I didn't even vote for freaking Trump in the primary. I was suspicious of Trump.
On that.
I was suspicious of Trump. I thought he was a fucking, because he donated to fucking Hillary Clinton forever. But when it came down to him or Hillary Clinton, I voted for Trump during the thing. And ever since then, I've been absolutely ecstatic with what the man's done. I would have never dreamed Trump would have done as good a job as he's done. I did not believe for a second he was going to follow through with anything he said. I just follow the facts. I'm happy with what's going on.
Did he make the Mexicans build the wall that he said he was going to do?
Yes.
I would have voted for him just for that. I'm going to stop this immigration stuff. I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to make the Mexicans build it.
We're like a third of the way done building the mall. They renegotiated NAFTA. The wall's going to cost $12 billion. What he got back from NAFTA from Mexico was almost $200 billion a year. And the wall's a one-time expense. We're up $180 billion. But you got little shits like CNN goes, well, they didn't write us a check. Well, what a fucking child you are. No, we didn't pay them $180 billion in lost fucking revenue. But you're gonna quibble over the fact they didn't write us a check? It wasn't a fucking virtual win. That's why the U.S. economy was growing. See, that's why guys like Larry think that he's lied. It's because CNN twists the facts. We've gotten $300 billion a year out of China. Just arguing with them. That's 10% of the U.S. freaking government expenditure every year that we're getting back just because Trump's having an argument.
If I was the Mexicans, I would have built a door in the wall.
Well, the thing is, we need, prior to this COVID, the discussion really was how many more legal immigrants that we were going to need to fill the 7 million jobs in the United States that were empty. And they weren't low-paying jobs. The problem is we didn't need more waiters. We didn't need more gardeners. We don't need people without a high school education and can't speak English. We needed educated workers, people who've gone to college. And we needed 7 million of them in January. And because of that, the number of, they need an immigration reform bill But they're not. Trump is not going to give up on this immigration reform bill if all you're doing is running people across the border to vote Democrat. They're not undocumented workers, they're undocumented Democrats. The minute they show up down here in New Mexico, Lou Ann Grisham, the governor of New Mexico, hands them an $1,800 a month free fucking food card. Thank you for sneaking your way into the country. You can eat for free. Meanwhile, the citizens of the state will pay for it. I don't get to eat for free. If you happen to get arrested as an illegal, they send you over to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center where they give you an apartment, a cafeteria, your kids go to school, you get maid service, which is an American person running maids for illegals. Find the irony in that shit. While you await your trial, which can take up to 18 months. Meanwhile, CNN's turning around telling everybody we're putting people in cages. Fucking, I'd live in that cage. Let me have free cable TV and freaking free internet, free food. What a great cage. See, there's that bullshit. You've been paying attention earlier. Who was in charge of the Congress when Barack Obama was elected, Larry? For 2 years, since the year 2006. The Democrats had a supermajority in Congress and Senate. And since the year 2002, George Bush had been trying to shut down the bullshit of loaning hookers freaking enough money to buy houses. All right, I'm going to go get it for you. I'm going to shut you up right fucking now. Goddamn, what's the spitter's name? You know what? I'll go look at my channel. I have this video.
Ooh, Boss Hog's calling that 420. I'm reason in the R5 room.
Well, Maya has been picking a fight.
Yeah, she wants him and she ain't made it a secret.
Nope. All right. I'm going to go find this video. Man, is that one of the ones I deleted? Man, who's the gay guy that was dating the person over the Fed? Rochambeau, no. The congressman. The guy that talks like Jabba the Hutt. My gosh. Barney Franks, that's who I'm looking for. See if you can even find that by searching YouTube anymore. That's why I had a copy of that on my freaking channels, because they have a tendency to delete these facts. Oh, yeah, here we go. This will shut him up. Well, it won't shut him up, but...
That's my name, Matthew Stillman, right there. So I don't know if you can see it.
There you go.
Yeah, you're Alex. I got another one for you. Got a sealed envelope. So I just got
Again.
the envelope. Hasn't been opened. Just got a knock.
The media called it a fuck up. I just posted you a video of the George Bush administration, 1 year, 2 years into his freaking administration, trying to tell the damn Democrats who were in charge of regulating the banks, you cannot keep loaning people money who don't have any way to pay it back simply because they're black. It's gonna cause a damn crisis. That's 5 years before you just said George Bush fucked it up. Bubba, that is the Democrats owning that fucking mess. They defended it despite the fact that math is an exact science. You cannot loan people money who can't pay it back on the backs of the American taxpayer and not expect the economy not to collapse. Quit blaming George Bush for what the Democrats swore to God was him being a racist. Where have we heard this racist talk before? You've got to look at facts. I'll post one up. I know enough of this shit. I was a damn congressional advisor back then. This is why I know this stuff.
Bush's fault.
Freaking Emperor, I appreciate you. That money goes straight to my charity. Man, I appreciate all this stuff. But yeah, this is where you get into the news turning around and saying it's Bush's fault. And I'll tell you what, I don't like George Bush as a president because he was a fucking coward. The man was always kowtowing to the media. If George Bush had pushed back and fought back the way that Trump did, we wouldn't have gotten the mess we got into with Obama. George Bush's cowardice led to the Obama administration. I'll tell you right now, George Bush is responsible for Obama existing. Because the media turned around and said shit that you're repeating right now. You think you know something, Larry, and you don't. If you don't know who Barney Franks was the guy in charge of regulating Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac from Congress. Meanwhile, he was sticking his dick up the ass of the guy in charge of Fannie Mae. Because that fat, ugly son of a bitch over there was using his power over some other gay guy that was running Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Well, I appreciate it, man. It all adds up. We get lots of money from this stuff. I mix the politics with this game because the politics is reflected in game. It's a constant sign of what people don't know to me when I see the way they act or the way they react. And because they're separated from history and facts, they don't know how to avoid certain confrontations. Plus there's tribalism. And right now, Larry's over there talking one tribe or another, but meanwhile, while he's saying they're both wrong, if you're saying they're both wrong, you're in the leftist camp. That's a rubber stamp on every leftist idea ever put out. Yeah, Clinton brought out the regulations that started that mess. That's why they were defending it. The reality is they gave a political act named Barney Franks the power to regulate banks. They would then walk in and say, hey, we're going to regulate your bank. But if you're a friend of Bill's, you can donate lots of money to the Clintons and then we won't regulate your bank. We later called that the Clinton Foundation.
When can we start donating to the Wonky Foundation?
Right? Do we need to donate to the Wonky Foundation? The
If I come up with something, can we get it on the website?
sure. What are you gonna do with the Wonky Foundation? What I ought to do is put my freaking
Get my last set of shadow gems I need.
man. I got a '66 Fairlane that needs to be restored. I ought to see how many people would donate for me to restore that. I'm down to my last $30,000 I got to spend on that damn thing.
Shit, I've seen. I've had a message from Jug asking me if can we see his message he's posted in the live chat, but it was like 3 hours ago he posted it. So I don't know, Jug. Sorry, buddy, I missed it.
I missed it too. Well, I saw him in there somewhere. I thought.
Well, the message he sent me was 3 hours ago. I've only just seen that.
We've been on here long enough that I've been refilling my stamina up a few times.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Did you notice this as well? I forgot to say about it earlier. Shadow brought it up earlier. She thinks there's something wrong with the March caps. Not with the new airship or nothing like that. She just thinks there's something wrong with the March caps. She's looking what a March cap is, and then she's adding her like what the airship's adding to it, and then she's adding what a guards are adding to it, and it comes to one number. But when she's trying to send a March, it's only giving her a different number, which is less, a lot less.
I'll look at that. Larry, because that's, well, first of all, that's leftist speak that you just did, where if I don't agree with you, therefore you're this. That's a leftist argument. That's a subject change.
User was moved to your channel.
But the reality is you can't factually disagree with me, because I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about what happened. And I backed it up with a fact, a video showing what happened. And instead of that, you turn around and says, well, because I don't agree with you. If you don't agree with me, doesn't matter. The fact that you're spreading a lie is what matters. You're the one telling people that Bush caused it. I just turned around and showed you a video of the Bush administration trying to stop it 5 years before it happened. So why have you not changed your opinion about who caused it?
Sorry, buddy, I missed you earlier. I didn't realise I had a message from you.
No, it's all good. I figured you guys were busy, so I just stepped away for about an hour.
Oh.
Sorry, buddy.
It's all good.
Yeah, just
Bush's fault.
right.
Yeah, it's Bush's fault. He must have drank all my beer.
My gosh, you show people a fact and they go, I'm still not changing my opinion. Well, it's no longer opinion, it's now a lie. It just got proven to be one. It's you cannot even call it an opinion anymore. You're a propagandist. You're not a propagandist for the right. That means you have to be a propagandist for the left. You can't be a propagandist for the neutral while you're spreading a lie that belittles the right. So yes, I call you a leftist. See my logic? Because I don't see any neutral propaganda. It's very hard to debate me. You're out of your league on this one, I promise you.
How you been anyway, Jug?
Okay.
Yeah, all right, man. Just got a long and needed haircut. They've all been closed until this week, so I was getting a bit shaggy there. What were you saying there about March Cap, Wonky? I'm actually interested.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It seems to be sorted out now. She just had to update her game and they sorted it out.
Oh, that is something.
My March Cap went up, but
yeah, mine went up. Mine went up about 30k.
There is a new patch, 5.8.2, that's got some hot patches in it. So if you got little quirky things you need to update, I haven't done mine yet. And for those that are wait, like you go over to Play Store and you click update, and it says there's nothing to be updated. Type in Guns of Glory and search, and then the update will show up. I have to do that on my farms all the time.
So I didn't miss anything interesting the past hour.
Every dollar is 30. I'm not allowed to talk. What?
Not really.
Again, if that's what you're hearing, it's what you want to hear. I didn't say that. But
I'm mad, so I'm gonna loot a bunch of businesses in my town.
You cannot blame Bush for Obama spending $17 trillion.
Wait, you've only got 2 businesses in your town, and you go and buy beer from them. You can't loot them.
Obama spent $17 trillion. Here's a fact for you again, Larry. The economy just collapsed. It fell all the way to the best economy Obama ever had. It went all the way down to the best day Obama ever had. That's how far it collapsed. Was considered the worst recession, depression in American history, and it was the best day Obama ever had. You cannot get around this bullshit of keep preaching about how great we are because we're on the left. You cannot steal from other people and expect to give it away and act like you're a charitable human being. A leftist is the easiest person to be in the world. You don't have to actually do anything. You just got to say you care about it. Accomplishments are not relevant. The best way to accelerate yourself in the Democratic Party, fuck something up. They'll promote you to president. Failure is name a big politician that hasn't been completely wrong in the Democratic Party that hasn't been elevated. It really is a sign of courage in there to be completely back-ass wrong on everything you say. Barack Obama endorsed 112 politicians for office. Not a single one of them was elected. That's how awesome that guy is. Fucking kiss of death if he endorsed you for fucking office. I'm glad he's back in freaking Sleepy Joe. Yeah. I think Joe Biden's faking his senility.
Creepy Uncle Biden? That one.
Yeah. I didn't touch that woman. All those other people you have me touching? Well, the one that was down the hallway no one could see, I didn't go any further than what I got caught on film doing. Jesus. There's no one believes that bullshit.
Hey, wake up.
Yeah.
Who's Empire Void we got down there in the waiting room?
I don't know. Going to bring... Do you have an open...
Rochambeau just messaged me and said about coming up, and I look down and I see Emperor Void as well. I don't know who that is.
Hey,
how come you have an Emperor in 3-3?
Well, I know he's messaged me in game. Hey, let's check his open mic before we bring him in.
I'll do that.
User left your channel. User was moved to your channel.
Did you remove Rochambeau up here? Is that what you did? Okay.
Yeah, I moved Rochambeau up.
All right. There we go. How are we going to know that he's checked it?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. Maybe he'll send us a message or something.
It's nice of him to volunteer, but he's got no ability to move.
Well, I was going to go down, but he jumped in.
Yeah.
You guys are messing me up. I'm watching the video, and I got the chat room.
User left your channel.
Oh man, picking a political fight with me. Oh, hold on, I'll show that. See, but that's the leftist thing there. I just presented facts, and all of a sudden I'm bullshit. You can't disprove it. I presented facts. You just called it bullshit.
User was
You might as well be
moved to your
CNN.
channel.
You got a secret source that knows that
User
knows I'm
was
making
moved
it
to
up.
your channel. User joined your channel.
What's going on?
So we've got this new fella here, Emperor Void. Where are you from? Give us a shout.
Wisconsin in the U.S.
Wisconsin, man. We're at in Wisconsin.
Southern Wisconsin.
I'm sorry.
You're a Green Bay fan, aren't you?
I really don't like sports very much.
I can tell.
Yeah.
What's the matter, Craig? Don't you like Wisconsin?
We'll give you that
Honestly,
impression.
my phone is so quiet. So if my responses are delayed, I'll be taking them from the stream, so it's a bit delayed.
I'm rather familiar with Kenosha.
Me too. I used to get drunk in a biker bar up in Kenosha.
I used to get drunk in a lot of places in Kenosha.
That might have been where I seen your picture.
That was the post office.
Fuck off.
Telephone poles around schools.
She said she was 18.
Yeah. You gotta give the cops, you gotta give the lawyers something to work with. This is the best 14 foot you ever had.
So Emperor, what games you playing then?
I remember you in one of my rooms there, Emperor. What kingdom are you in?
He's got a delay. He's listening to us on YouTube, though.
Yeah, you got to turn off the YouTube. That'll mess you up.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I literally have the I just heard this. I have the stream up on my TV right now.
Yeah, mute the YouTube live so it doesn't mess you up.
Yeah, just listen through your phone.
You mean where
He said the volume on his phone was really low.
while they held the Senate, and the Senate by law is required to ratify treaties, and Obama went out and said, hey, Iranians, you can make as much nuclear material as you want, and here's a couple $1 billion in cash. I'll fly it to you. And no Senate got to sign off on that. So, yeah, no, they don't get any blame for that there, Larry. Because they never got asked. Obama built czars because the Senate, who was supposed to be regulating that stuff taking on in the White House, never got a chance to regulate it. Because that's what the word czar means. It's a circumvention of the Constitution. I don't like it when Republicans do it either, just so you know. But the Democrats started that shit. You're not going to win this freaking debate, man. I'm telling you, you are missing tons of facts because where you're getting your information doesn't contain any. If you don't know why having the House and the Congress doesn't matter if the White House is held by the other guy who can say veto, so they just don't send anything up there because all he's going to do is veto it, you don't understand that Mitch McConnell has respect for the Senate, so he's just not going to send things up to get vetoed. I wish he'd have sent stuff that got vetoed, but he didn't do it. And during that time, and I will blame the Republicans all day, every day for this shit, they kept giving Obama every nickel he asked for in a budget. Because they kept saying, I just need a little more money and I'll get the economy back on track. I need a little more money, I'll get the economy back on track. Well, Trump didn't ask for a buttload more money. He got the economy back on track. So apparently money wasn't going to fix the problem. Oh, yeah. Maybe you heard of this thing called Solyndra, where Obama gave a bunch of money? Yeah, it got sold to the Chinese. $50 billion of money went down a hole. They never made a single solar panel. Maybe you heard about this thing where they took over a car company, then sold it to the Italians and gave the money to the unions. Senate didn't have a say in that. Matter of fact, no one in the history of the government can figure out how Obama thought he had the power to do that. The fact of the matter is the power came from the fact that he was a black man and no one wanted to criticize him. Let's get down to brass tacks of what really went on there.
Okay, that works.
No, they never have a Lord XP there, Mark. Doesn't exist in Carnival.
I grabbed my headset and I can hear you guys fine now.
Yeah, but your mic's now messed up.
Yeah, you sound like you've been smoking for about 60 years. 3 packs a day, maybe 5.
Bush's fault.
Okay,
Yeah.
the dismantling and putting things back together doesn't work anymore, Mark, because we have a thing called high scores built into the game now. It knows what you built it up to last. What you need to do for any of these events, see this info button up in the corner? You're going to go to the recommended, and then let's say you're talking about the airship part score. This is what one of those parts is worth in points. So if you can tear something down and make one bigger part, let's say you got to tear down 2 or 3 epics, or you tear down 2 epics and make 1 legendary. Well, there you get an extra 100,000 points over having 2 epics. So that's what they're talking about by tearing it down, putting it back together to get a better score. But once you do that once, you can't do that the next time, because now you're going to have to break that 515,000 score. So,
Yeah, in the long run, it's not really beneficial in my opinion, because the next event that comes up, the gear is going to be better. So now you've got to get even more points to get back to being level on your points, because what the game says your high score is and what your points actually aren't the same. So you might go to rock something up next time and then just, where are my points?
Bush's fault.
And honestly, it's a bit of a headache doing it. Yeah, that's Bush's fault too.
Beast or Red Guards, which one dropped the most development ingots? Doesn't matter, because they come out of the chests. It's the chest dropping that give you the ingots, not the freaking item itself. With the Red Guard, you get a second chest key. So there's that.
If you want the development ingots, you got to hit everything 10 and above, but the drop rates 10 to 14 are terrible for the development ingots.
I'm just going to buy Splendor when it comes out.
Splendor should be out this week, I'm hoping. Hell, it might be out now.
Woohoo! I'm looking, hang on.
It ain't out yet.
No, it only came out not even 2 weeks ago in 524, 523?
But they were only a couple days ahead of us, I thought.
I thought it was about a week or 2 weeks they was ahead of us.
Are they a couple weeks ahead of us? Okay, then maybe next week.
It was last week they said it just come out, so I'm hoping like within the next week or so. Now I've got the Building Wonder as well. That's going to help.
Alliance Hospital depends on how you're going to play the game. If your alliance is constantly being assaulted and killed and everything else, and you can't defend yourself, the Alliance Hospital kind of screws you over a little bit. you can get them out of the sanctuary faster than the Alliance Hospital. If you got a bunch of coiners who can defend themselves, the Alliance Hospital is a good thing. Creep, what's your opinion on the Alliance Hospital? Let's go over your stuff, because why do you think you like the Alliance Hospital?
Well, in my opinion, it's a necessity when you got a large number of troops. Sanctuary has a cap. Hospitals have a cap. Why not have a little extra room for another 80 some odd thousand troops?
You just got to plan ahead.
Yeah. Save honor. Just save honor for a few weeks. Just sit on that as a nest egg. Then every honor you get after that, then you can go blow it on useless shit in a fucking Alliance store.
I personally don't like the Alliance Hospital, but I understand the benefits of it. I don't like it for the reason being that a lot of people end up losing troops over it because it gets torn down for KVKs, things like that, and people don't get time to get the troops out of it. Me personally, I don't lose troops in there. I get them out. I save my honour point up. If it comes to it, I'll use a bit of gold and I'll speed up my honour donations just to get my troops out of it if I have to.
Yeah,
well, as long as you got honor saved up, doesn't matter if it's fucking KVK or not. I mean, do you save gold?
Now the
do you
Alliance
set gold aside for certain things?
The Alliance Hospital has to be built while you're doing the research to increase the heal speed and the quantity of troops that go in it, so that your what's it called? The not the Kingdom Hospital, but during IKE, the Interkingdom KE, the Border Hospital is what it's called. The Border Hospital speed and cost is based on your Alliance Hospital's research and development. So come a KVK, we'll tear down the Alliance Hospital. But meanwhile, while other people are just running around dick smacking in the middle of the night, then it's a safety net. And yeah, they may lose it anyway, but it is what it is.
But as Creep said, once I get up to 2-3 million troops, I'm going to want to have the Alliance Hospital.
Right. The Alliance Hospital's only
alliances of that.
It's only a pain in the ass if you're dropping tags all the time. Other than that, you just stay put. I don't need to drop tags. If you're wanting to jump around and drop tags and swap alliances all the time, Alliance Hospital will trap you.
Won't trap me because I'll have honor.
I've honestly never had one up, at least not a functioning one.
I'm pretty sure I'm not a noob there, Patrick. I just explained to you why you gotta freaking do this.
Rookie bitch.
Yeah.
The
Then
issue I find with the game,
Then we could discuss
so
your use of the word
I think the
noobs, which
top
is a military
individual
term that
has
you're
about the same
misspelling.
power as our top alliance in my kingdom.
I mean, there was a time where Alliance Hospital could have been, not really worthwhile, and that's when the Sanctuary first came out, and people were too scared to have over 1 million, 2 million troops.
Yeah.
So then Sanctuary covered all those troops, between Hospital and Sanctuary.
Sanctuary was a patch. Honestly, the Alliance Hospital needs to be patched to be moved in to third in the line behind the Sanctuary. But your Border Hospital is based off your Alliance Hospital. So, if you don't have your Alliance Hospital built, then you get the default Alliance Hospital numbers, which means that the gold to recover during Ike or the coins you spend during Ike are defaulted. You don't get your research. Patrick, I'm from K362, and we're one of the most effective kingdoms in the game, and we don't have a default uniformed alliance. And I will highly advocate against how useless that is. You're telling me what you're doing and thinking that everything you're doing is the right way to doing it without learning anything else. Hell, You're doing a Larry maneuver on me. Oh, we're talking about game politics versus real politics. There's method to the madness, man. No, it's not. The speed at which the cost of the border hospital, unless they changed it, hold on. You know that they never put it in here?
Good night, perverts.
You going, Arkin?
Yeah, at least for now.
All right. Catch you
Oh,
later.
buddy, I'll speak to you soon.
Night, Arky.
Oh, they didn't
That's
put
a
it.
cute pet name.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh, does anyone know why they turned off the pirate chest event? Like pretty much right after they opened it, 'cause I didn't read the mail that they sent.
It was only off for like 2 minutes. It was nothing bad.
You know, I don't think I ever screenshotted that. I remember reading it though. That the speed of rate of which you did was based off the Alliance Hospital. I was pissed off when they did that because we weren't building the Alliance Hospital in K362 back then. And we had to go do all that fucking research and catch up. I remember having to play catch up on that research.
Hell, in 362, I did Alliance Hospital first.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Knocked all that out real quick.
Yeah. And I remember we had to play catch up on the Alliance Hospital and our Alliance because the border hospital was based off the Alliance Hospital.
I'm really not liking the drop for the pursuer sword because I'm not buying pursuer elixir
What
and I can't get
worthless fucking human being wants to claim to be unbiased on politics? Larry, I swear to fucking God, man. Oh, if you're going to turn around and use facts against me, I need you to stay silent. Fuck you. You're just a leftist little piece of shit. Go run and scurry off. Don't you have a firebomb to throw at somebody? I'm sure there's some evil business you've never seen before that needs a window broken. Jesus. I don't claim to be unbiased. I'm using a fucking fact. You're running your goddamn mouth every time you get proven wrong. Jeez, my God. This is why we're going to be hunting Democrats with dogs before the century's over. You're worthless fucking human beings. You got no fucking ability to follow a train of thought. You want to be in charge of everything. You just don't want to know anything about what you're in charge of. Border hospital, you get your hospital numbers. The reductions, yes, I just said that. It is your research right here that affects your reductions. That number right there. You have to do that research for your border hospital. Was it 8.2? 8.2.
As far as I know, the only patches they made were for new players because it wasn't registering the. It was still trying to ask the new players to use Assault and Guardian components. Know that. And the airship reset, right? Am I missing anything?
I don't know what they. Well, there was some math problems with the way the stats were adding up from one place to the next. But I saw those get corrected in a hot patch.
They have actually worked the airship out quite well where they've done it. It's not too different, I don't think, from stats wise and everything else. If anything, like I say, my March capacity went up 30k.
This was so last year. I didn't do it. Oh, these guys just fucking spamming Google and shit.
So, Emperor, what kingdom are you from anyway? It did ask you, but you missed it.
Well, my farm's March capacity went up about 50,000. The two that actually have troops.
Have you got that many troops?
Yeah, my farms I've got mostly just T8s. Honestly, I don't really use them for anything other than gathering. Mostly just artillery.
You're on about your old kingdom, aren't you?
Yeah, I actually in 533, one of my
All right,
farms
Patrick.
got more troops than I do.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're over here, another goddamn troll. You are a troll. You don't know shit about what you're talking about. I remember this fucking patch. I remember having to fix this fucking problem. Oh, you mean where I put a calculator in front of people's face on video so you can see me do the numbers? Wow. How dare I? What kind of fucking troll? What is this, fucking Miller?
You had to bring that up after Arkin left, huh?
Jesus, man. Well, it's the same fucking comments I'm getting from another damn troll. In the same exact language. Just little bullshit artists.
Did Greta Thunberg get in this?
Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, you don't know shit. Meanwhile, the only thing they want to argue about is something they can't prove themselves. But I remember having to fix this problem because I went, fuck. I didn't want to put down Alliance Hospital. I was opposed to Alliance Hospitals. I don't like them. But we had to do it for the Interkingdom raid costs. About what, man?
Why is he even complaining about your calculators? If they work, they work.
This is a troll. Yeah, it's my fucking Excel spreadsheet, too. Suddenly he's complaining about which freaking calculator I use. The one in Windows that blows up nice and big and you can see it on the freaking YouTube screen. I tend to go through there and do the numbers in front of people's face for emphasis. But I think the last video I mistyped something. Right. Where I said 20K but typed 20 in instead. It's called mistyping. But I also had the numbers in front of my face because I'd done them before. What's your problem? Should I edit out every time I make a mistake? No, I go back and fix them. I'm not a leftist. I don't need CNN coming in there and saying, he didn't make that mistake. He's the greatest person ever. And I don't think they're going to fix gathering speed, Marshall.
What do you mean on the airship? It doesn't make a difference whether you have it in there or not.
What?
Are you talking about the airship gathering speed? Is that what you're on about, Marshall?
Yeah, they're not going to fix that.
Let me see if I can get close to mine. If I can reset it and see if it makes any big difference.
Farming
The
silver.
only way you get faster on that is your Lord talents. Otherwise, you're screwed.
Yeah. Farming. I'm farming silver
cards.
at 25% of what it was. So yeah, it sucks.
Guards and Lord talent. Otherwise, bye-bye.
Maybe people will start buying more RSS.
I have a feeling that was kind of the goal on that.
Jug, you said what was on all our minds.
Yeah, that was.
Well, too bad they're not going to be buying it from Guns of Glory. Well, at least 90% of them.
They're going to get it from China. Or Korea. I've been seeing a lot of Koreans down here.
You're talking capacity, and I'm talking rate. There's no limit on the damn border hospital capacity. All your troops, all 6 million of my troops go into the border hospital. Just what I can get back out that day is the limit you're talking about. At the size of those castles, I don't give a damn. You can either afford that much gold or you can't. You're talking in circles now. But if you want to recover a march to get things done, that's based on your border, your alliance hospitals research.
Have you noticed a lack of wood tiles there in 533? I don't know if it's my entire alliance just going crazy on the wood tiles, but they've been hard to find, or harder, much harder.
Very hard.
Yeah.
In my kingdom, I've been having to go like at least 50 kilometers away from my castle just to find an iron.
Been finding the threats are really hard to come by these days.
Well, for some reason, all these alliances thought, hey, if Muse is setting up here, it must be a good spot. So they sat down next to us instead of keeping their 150 kilometer distance from point to point, which would have would not be strangling us on the freaking events like it is.
That was Rochambeau. Yeah, like even when I random port out, I'm lucky to get maybe like 2 or 3 35s.
Yeah,
and then I got that. If I want them again, I got to random port again.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go all the way to like level, farming nodes 2 and 1 just to find a 35 out in the middle of nowhere, and it's like a freaking 6-minute march.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because obviously it's because the new vampire thralls are.
Well, no, the threats are because I'm trying to get gears for the airship because that's the only way you can get them other than the mines.
No, I'm just talking about the reason that there's less of them. It seems like obviously as we get more vampire thralls, doesn't make more sense that they're adding more vampire thralls and now the threats are going down even more.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
What Patrick's talking about for those that are following the trap is there's the wounded capacity where you can just click the immediate recovery instead of waiting until the end of the event and get your stuff back. That way the asshole that zeroed you before can come back in and zero you again for more points. Because if you're not able to keep up and compete in that event, you probably shouldn't be clicking the heal button. It's 2.5 times your internal capacity. So you have the ability to heal a certain quantity. Again, it comes down to whether you either have the gold to deal with it or not. And it is not part of the game perspective, in my view, that if you don't have the gold to immediately start healing that crap back up, then you don't have the gold to compete in that event like that. So stay away from it. As far as clicking the heal button for free, the rate and the cost of doing that and the time it takes to do that is all based off your Alliance Hospital. So he's mixing apples and oranges here. If you're blowing gold and you got the money to blow gold, blow the freaking gold. You don't give a shit what my opinion on anything is if you're a gold blower. You think you know it all, like Patrick there. You know it all. You got a gold, blow it. But I can't help you if that's your goal. That's not my market, Patrick. Instead of trying to tell me what I know and don't know about my market crap, people are hard to fall. Sometimes it's simplified down to the best advice for the people who watch and pay attention. Great. Hey, Patrick, do you know why you can heal it in 4 hours? Because I wrote a fucking video about the goddamn 90-hour fucking heal time that I had one time. Maybe I know something about the math because I fucking actually did videos on that math and got the developers to fix it for you. But again, tell me what I do and don't know about this shit. Are you sure this ain't CZ? What the fuck? Jesus. Like I got something better to do than sit around and do the math wrong.
Oh, hey, Professor, if you like spreadsheets, I'm about to give you enough to keep you busy for a month.
Result.
Well, here's some positive input, Gun. I did your wolf calculator. I got 11th in the kingdom on 232, and I am by no way the closest to the most powerful in the kingdom.
Yeah, Revenge got hurt by this airship upgrade.
He's adjusted his calculator.
Did he make an adjustment? I haven't gone to look.
Well, okay, well,
just
he
saying,
adjusted the
11th
words
is
on
pretty
that.
good out of the big powerhouses we have here.
Shadow beat me.
I mean, the 7K stat guys did 85 million damage to the wolf.
Well, no, that's still asking you for damage you can't get.
I did 61 million. I was happy.
Hold on, does the quickie one work?
I'm always in for a quickie.
Oh. Well, you can still use his freaking quickie calculator, I guess. So still ask you for your email though. Okay. Yeah, you can use the well, fuck, that gave it to me the wrong answer. I told it T9s. Oh, there it is. Ah. PVM, Patrick, what are you talking about? Yes, my calculators do work on the mobile devices. Just go to Roger.
Yeah, obviously versus massive corporation.
Rogers Raiders calculators do work on the mobile device. What would you say? Players versus what?
On me, I said players versus massive corporation.
Oh. Okay, player versus environment. There hadn't been any new gift codes. I just looked at that today. I don't even know what you mean by diminishing marginal damage, because you put the word marginal in there.
All right, guys, I'm out of here for the night. Y'all have a good one.
Okay,
Later,
buddy.
creep.
See you tomorrow.
Tease,
Yep,
man.
yep.
They farm at the same speed. Just takes more of them. Friends Club, a lot of people use artillery for that reason. Artillery carries more load, so it takes less of them. And you don't care if they get hit if on a tile hit. No, I do not have an account in 531.
Our R5 sitting at like 350,000 gold and doesn't use like any of it. Kevin asked, "Do you get free?" Yeah. Oh, never mind. That was not a question, but it kind of looked like it the first time I read it.
The Mark the Friends Club, it's the same speed no matter which troop you use. Just different troops have different loads. As for diminishing troops based on quantity, that hasn't been my perspective because March Cap Boost is one of the bigger things that increases your overall jump in power. You can get 15-20% in damage on the wolf just putting a damn horn on the which is a 15% gain. Or is it 10% gain? Plus freaking your other March Cap incentives. Formation matters more in PvE than volume, and stats on the attack side matter to that formation. But all that's freaking how the sausage is made. I mean, if you don't want to sit around and do 8 dozen freaking hits every week on 20 different farms, and you don't care. Well, but it's not as simple as more troops. They need to be in formation. Yeah, they got to be formed. They got to be formed up right. There's a proper blend. Damage rolls. I tell everybody to simplify it down. There's 81 variable formulations in a calculation of a hit, but the tiers interact in a rock paper scissors fashion based on subclass over 2 layers. So you have your subclasses that interact. So it's like playing rock paper scissors, only you're playing with 6 different things, not just the 3. And then it gets really confusing when you get to where the subclasses are stacked on top of each other from tier to tier. Basically, end of the day, treat a player versus environment or player versus monster as an infantry and attack it like infantry, you'll do well. If you're just one of the people that's sliding numbers over and you know what your subclasses do, attack it like it's infantry and you'll do better just doing that. All right. I'm going to cut this off. It's late for me. You can hear my voice cracking.
Late for you. It's 7 o'clock in the morning for me.
I know, but it's midnight here.
It's 1 a.m.
Use the spine breaker, Brian, on the website. I'm using it now. I'm using my own math. I'm devastating people with that damn thing. So it works. Software is so good, I use it myself. All right, guys, I appreciate it.
Hey, you too, Donnie. Good night.
All right.
Have a good one, you two fellas. See you next week.
Later, Wonky. Later, world.
All right. There we go. We're off. Oh, my gosh.